he was trying to wear out his driving shoes there earlier, trying to figure out what he was going to do here as the first man. We'll see what he can has in store here for the Pickney Bottom Deer. Started out of Marthansville on the beautiful looking John Deere known as the Pickney Bottom Deer. Your winner here last year, Saturday night, has no luck on Friday night, so we'll see what he decides here on the option. Every puller in the first one in the class will have the option to keep it or drop to the drop 6 or drop to the bottom if they so desire, if we think our sled setting is good.
And you can see it's not a rash decision down there. They are talking to our top-end flagman down there, Clint Tucker. He's radioing them back down to the starting line. It is a group effort from our Hot Shots Pro Pulling League officials here to try to decide if they are going to keep, but it looks like he is going to turn that hook down. You can see that he got pulled over here to this right-hand side of the track. Didn't like it, so he's going to drop it. Watch the other 17 vehicles in the track, and then he's going to come on back and try again.
I would have to think the track's going to get better for him. You know, usually in the first class, it's usually a draw game more than anything here, because usually the track definitely changes more in the first class out of all the classes in at a tractor pull there.
Like it comes the Z-Ride, David says. Brakes, trying to make the best of his hook to keep it in a straight line, but you can see all the raw power as soon as he got up on those wheelie bars. Throwing it down here as our test puller. And he goes 3:28 and 28. So a huge markup there, even though he had to use a ton of brakes.
Yeah, when he came out of the hole, the front end came up, the tires were turned hard left, and when he came down, he went where he was aiming for. He went left, hard left, and had to save himself there. I'm just glad he kept it in bounds here.
Yeah, and that's critical. What you guys need to understand as the fans is when we are here at the end of the season here, this points race, if you hit that chalk line, it's going to Dairy Queen is what we call it. It's a DQ, and that means you go to the very last spot in the class, not where you want to be here.
Leslie, up the road here at the Washington County Fairgrounds, when we get a DQ, the local Dairy Queen, they actually give you a free ice cream cone.
Oh man, that is harsh.
Get a little treat at least on the way out. The only thing is it's only compatible for the Nashville Dairy Queen. It's usually closed at that time of night.
Oh, that's pretty sassy out there. All right, over here on your pit side track, it's going to be the red wrecker, Tim McVicker from Heron, Illinois. And so you can see he's moved that sled over there to the left. He will be now the first official hook on this class because they did not change anything with the sled. And so they kept that sled setting the exact same for the class. And so this is going to be official. So it's run what you brung, hope you brung enough, because this one counts right here to set the class.
Yeah, Tim became a grandpa this summer, so been taking a little bit of a backside here to driving, so only a few times out for him. Been playing grandpa here this summer. Let's see what he can do.
Tractor.
These 85 Limited Pro stocks coming in here tonight weighing 8,500 pounds, 466 cubic inch motor limit underneath the hood, 1 turbocharger, P-Series injection pump, unlimited on RPMs, water injection to cool it down, making about 1,500 horse on 24.5 cut tires here. A staple here in Illinois and in Missouri. Just a great class that puts on a great show here.
So the distance here for the Red Wrecker will be 322 even, 322.00. So stretch that distance out from that first hook. So Aaron Niemeyer's got to feel pretty good about turning down that first hook as we set the bar on the class at 322 even.
And that'll bring up next Mr. Andrew Tolke doing the driving here tonight out of New Haven, Missouri on the International 1066, known as the Wife's Nightmare. Shares seat time with his little brother Alex, but Andrew's doing the driving. Alex had to stay home. Alex got in trouble here last year, so he had to stay home this weekend. So Andrew's going to be doing the driving here this weekend. Brandon Busby on deck and Dave Daughtry in the hole.
From Jeff City, Missouri, on our light limited super stock tractor side. And you can see the thing to love about this class is that there is no shortage of action. These drivers are on their toes from the get-go.
Man, when you go straight, you end up with a nice pass there. Greg definitely did that. Going just right of center there, straight up the gut to get us started here for our light limiteds.
Yeah, and that straight pass paid dividends for him at 332 and 83. 332 and 83, the distance there. So that will jump up into the #1 spot here. Remember, there's 13 total, just 2 in the books here on our light limited super stock tractor side.
Up next on the light limited side, we'll have the Lunchbox. Mr. John Haley will be doing the driving out of Paxton, Illinois. Backing into the sled for our 85 Limited Pro stocks. Mr. Andrew Tolke there on the Wife's Nightmare. We'd like to say a thank you to our sleds here tonight. Bungard Motorsports, some of the best sleds in the business. I believe they have 9 sleds in Bungard's due. All 9 are in operation right now here this weekend. I believe Brandon and his dad are up at Sandwich right now. We have these 2 here, and I'm sure that there's some more being used in Missouri as we speak here. All 9 machines getting used here this weekend of the Bungard Motorsports. We have the Optima Red sled and the LS Green sled here with us tonight. So we thank you to Bungard Motorsports for being our sled here this weekend.
So Lester Shaw dropping the green flag there for the Wife's Nightmare. Build and boost. Watch gauges. Here we go.
There on that front end, that is going to cut away at his drawbar, which is going to cut away at his distance. And just looking at my reference point of the back of the sled here, I believe we're going to be a little short here this evening from the lead.
Yeah, but man, what power he had right off the line. Like, you could tell that he really had it wicked up there as he'll go 312 and 68 for that distance. So it's kind of a fine balance there. You know, you want to have a lot of power off the line, but you want to make sure that you can make it last when you get to the top end there. So this will bring up John Haley in the Lunchbox from Paxton, Illinois. And I don't know many other motorsports people from Paxton, Illinois, other than my good friend Tom Mentz, the Maximum Destruction monster truck driver. I know he's all about tractor pulling. Every time I see him, he's always asking me about pulls. So nice to see motorsports living large there in Paxton.
Yeah, that was always when the Midwest Winter Nationals was at Gordyville, you could always guarantee you would see Tom Mentz there sitting in the stands watching the tractor pull. And it was like, as a kid, I was always shell-shocked. I'm like, oh my God, that's Max D, that's Tom Mentz. So that was, it was just cool to see somebody outside of their element just enjoying life, basically. But yeah, no shortage of motorsports up here throughout the state of Illinois, that's for sure.
Well, you got to remember, Tom Mentz back in the day, he was a mud bogger. He was a mud racer. And so, you know, mud races and tractor pulls, and they all kind of ran together. And so that's, this type of motorsports, this type of grassroots stuff is just really rich in his blood.
For this 2025 season. They haven't taken it to the dyno. They have just been track dynoing and just missing the setup here tonight. It's been running pretty good. They've been to Wisconsin, they've been to Kentucky, they've been to Indiana with it, and it has ran good elsewhere, but not here tonight, just missing the setup on the Lunchbox. One of my favorite drinks from back in my college days.
You know, you make a good point too about track dynoing out here, and the thing is that that's a big misnomer. You know, in every other motorsport you get to practice, you know, but not here. You're seeing these guys do their practicing tonight as he goes 247 and 98. 247 and 98, falling just a bit short.
On our 85 Limited Pro Stock side, I'll bring up next Mr. Brandon Busby out of Tamaroa, Illinois, the Buzzin' Buck, John Deere 4455. And if this tractor could talk, it could tell some stories. Tractor originally getting its start out in the East Coast of the Moore family. They pulled it in super stock and in pro stock class. And as they progressed to a component chassis, they sold it over there, and it was a mod turbo tractor. Finally found its way over here as an 85 Limited Pro Stock tractor, finding its way to Keith Markwart, had it for a while, and then Brandon bought it after selling his other tractor. We'll see what he can do here. The Buzzin' Buck out of Tamaroa, Illinois, John Deere 4455.
To try to gain some distance.
They have been working on it last week too. I saw a Snapchat, the head was off of it. I never got a chance to stop by and ask what the issue was there on the Buzzin' Buck.
So 309 and 35, 309.35 for the Buzzin' Buck. So that makes 3 official in the class here. And so just put it in perspective a little bit. The Red Wrecker out there at 322, that's our leader in the class. Now, if it's hard to keep up with the action on both tracks, you can just go to propulling.com. There's a little banner at the top, and it says live results. If you click on that, you can keep up with all the action and the distances as we're giving them to you on your phone. The nice part for someone like me who's not really good at math is that it actually sorts them all out for you and puts them in the order that they are in the class so you can keep track. So go to propulling.com, click that banner at the top that says live results, and that'll give you all the info you need to keep up.
On the Haywire machine, making that thing go out of Houston, Kentucky there. That thing, Jamie's a longtime competitor here in the light limited super stock class, and one of the few ones to make the ride, or the only one here to make the ride from Kentucky to hang with the boys from the West and Wisconsin. A nice pass there for the Haywire machine.
Yeah, he was able to really stretch it out, but will it be enough? So the leading distance so far was the capital expense at 332 and 83. The Haywire goes 332 and 68. So we're talking about 15 hundredths of a foot there, just a matter of a couple small inches that's separating those two. So good enough for second place there for the Haywire.
It's definitely something you said in that light limited superstock class. There's multiple engine combinations. You can either run 370 cubic inches with one turbocharger on alcohol. There's 410 with diesel with an intercooler, and then there's been an invite with some 470 with a 3.4 turbocharger. Those tractors will weigh 60-250, while the other tractors will get to weigh a little bit more. So a lot of different motor combinations in that class to make all these a lot of these old tractors are old light super chassis that have been retired when all the old light supers went to component. So it had something to do with all these chassis, and they've turned them into light limited super stocks, and they just put on a great little show here. Or with the 6,000 pounds, they can get squirrely, but they can make it down the track and make a heck of a pass.
Yeah, but I love that too, because some people are like, oh well, they're different types of vehicles, they're not fair, but they're running on the same track, same sled setting, so it makes it all fair. Hooker just screaming out there. Dave Doherty, this is a huge hook for him, because in this category they've got 4 events to chase down the championship. He's defending his title this year, and he's 12 points back coming in here tonight. And he does his job. He goes 328 and 83. And that is your new leader.
Yeah, he had his weight just right. Had that front end picked up, and it was just hauling the mail straight down the track here.
Yeah, he definitely knew what was on the line here tonight, and brought a really great family there. Love to see them. They won the Champion Seed Western Series, Person of the Year award last year. Just really cool to see how helpful they are in the pits, and how they really represent the sport.
Back on our light limited side, we have the dumpster fire. Adam Nimitz out of Durand, Illinois. Shake and bake on deck, and Notorious in the hole. We'd like to thank our sponsors, of course, here tonight for our equipment. Seavers Equipment for your Case IH needs out of Hoyleton, Illinois. Rickman Brothers, John Deere out of Oakville, Centralia, Breeze, and Farina, Bartling Farms, and the Lutz Agency. Thank you.
So he'll come up just a bit short, but that is his first attempt. And so because we saw the dumpster fire stop short of the 100-foot mark, the rule book says that he gets to roll back to the same exact spot that he was on the starting line if he can, and he can attempt a pass for the second time. And so usually this happens if there's some kind of mechanical failure, they've got an issue, they know that they're maybe under the turbo a little bit when they get out there. So there are 2 measurable attempts out here that you get. As long as you back out before that 100-foot line, you get to go right back. You can't go side to side. You can't say, I didn't like this position on the track, and then switch it up. Same exact place. We're gonna take a little bit of that dirt off the track. We're not gonna give him an extra rollout here. And we're going to see if he can make a go of it here on this second attempt.
Tractor formerly the Covered in Red machine. Finds its way to a new owner. Started in Wisconsin, went to Kentucky, went back to Wisconsin, finds his way back to Northern Illinois now with a new owner.
Stayed in it, stayed the course, and pushed its limits there to the top end. So it'll be 329 and 40 for the dumpster fire. Good enough to jump up into 3rd place in that category. And then over here on our 8,500 Limited Pros, it's the Showtime 2 and Craig Shoei from Herman, Missouri.
Our lone Alice Chalmers in the class. Strong running competitors there. The teammates with the Tolkien family. They ride in the same trailer. Andrew does the talking, Craig does the driving.
On the track out here with that hook by the Showtime 2.
Halloween is just around the corner. Don't ever count out the pumpkin.
3:20 and 74 for the Showtime 2, 3:20.74. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Extreme is the official fuel additive of the Pro Pulling League and is the strongest diesel injector cleaner on the market. Trusted by thousands, Diesel Extreme is a complete 6-in-1 fuel additive that cleans and protects your injectors while boosting your fuel's cetane by 7 points to give you that extra horsepower, torque, and fuel economy that we all want. A top quality product with proven results, Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Extreme cleans, protects, and brings your diesel engine back to life. Available nationwide at O'Reilly Auto Parts, Advance Auto Parts, AutoZone, Walmart, Amazon, online at hotshotsecret.com, and right here tonight. So if you want to learn more about Hot Shot Secret, head over, see our guy Matt at the Hot Shot Secret booth. You can't miss it. That bright green and black. They've got all kinds of products over there, including that Diesel Extreme, their most popular product there, that they can tell you all about and how it's going to increase your efficiency.
All right, on our light limited side, we go to our winner our winner from last year on Friday night. Wyatt Robinson will be up next on the Shake and Bake. 656 will be up next out of Lucerne, Missouri, on one half of the Robinson family's machines. We'll catch out his brother at the tail end of the class, Cole, on the Bad Idea. We'll see what the Robinson family has in store here. They run 410 with a intercooler. Strong running competitors here on the Western Series.
Currently sitting in second, just 2 points back of our leader on the Champion Seed Western Series. So these are their final 2 hooks as well. So not only is he trying to get out there past 332 and 83, he's also trying to set a big mark out there to gain some points in this final chase in this big Champions weekend.
The big rubber helped them there. They could run either or, 24.5s or 30.5 cut tires on the back there, and Wyatt was running the big set of tires, and that worked in his favor, I do believe, here.
Yeah, and I mean, if you think about 6 inches more on each side, just really digging into the track, I mean, that can be an advantage if you can turn them. That's the whole thing. You got to be able to turn those tires and dig them into the track as we wait for that distance. Building the suspense here for us, Yana. And here you go. It's not even close. 3:54 and 72. How about your new leader?
David Knapp there on the Mule Train out of Henry, Illinois, with the proud gear here out of the hole. Let's see if he got it shut down in time to get drugged back or not for the beautiful look at 1206 known as the Mule Train.
So it looks like he's getting the point back. They're going to roll that box back underneath our sled operator. There's the reverse slide. So kind of interesting. There are 4 weights in the box here for this 8500 Sandcrest Specialized Transport Limited Pro Stock class. And so what that means is that there's an extra 8,000 pounds sitting underneath our sled operator that's going to move up the rails of that sled as it comes down the track. Now, what does that really mean? 8,000 pounds at the beginning doesn't sound like a whole lot. But as that sled moves forward, the weight is gonna get closer to the hook point on the tractor. It's also gonna hit the trip, which is gonna force the pan into the ground. And there's these V-shaped bars on the bottom of the pan called grouser bars. And they're gonna do exactly that. They're just gonna kind of dig into the track, just kind of grousers, they're just kind of dig right into the track. And so when they do that, by the time that 8,000 pounds gets to the top end, it is 4 times the rolling weight that it started with. So we're talking about an additional 32,000 pounds. So that's why you see everything really kind of lugging and chugging at that top end. It's that rolling weight expanding and really putting the brakes on these tractors. It's the sled doing it.
And I think we lost the turbocharger.
Piston there along. A lot of blow by underneath her there. It's Mule Train not happy.
And man, just so unfortunate, as we're coming down this home stretch here. He will get a measurable distance. It'll be just a couple feet here, so he can put that in the books and get that. But here's the thing, though. He's got to think about coming back tomorrow. That's the hard part.
Yeah, I just heard a squeak there at the end as he was trying to build the fire, and that squeak's usually a turbocharger squeak.
So we'll move back over to our light limited super stock tractors as we get that distance in for the Mule Train. And over there, it will be Notorious, Ryan Lynn from Unity, Wisconsin.
And we get to say this tractor kind of gets to come home or come back to an old department that it used to. It was campaigned for many, many years in what I call the light superland in between the Illinois River and the Mississippi River. Yeah. Pike County, all that area there. That is like light superland there. And the Notorious machine was campaigned by the McKinnons there for a long, long time of its life. They say, if it ain't blue, forget you.
What was interesting about that hook is that it was super squirrely on the starting line. We got wheelie bar action, we got one wheel action, and then it really cleaned up about the 200-foot mark when it really started to move towards that left-hand side of the track. You saw it really clean up, and what I mean is those tires started to lock into the track, and you really saw it take off like a bullet towards the top end. And so that'll really pay off for him as he goes 358 and 38. Another new leader out there on our light limited super stocks.
Yeah, you must have looked back and watched some video, because usually the line on the left track is left side, and the left side is showing exactly what it does best here at the track at Holzhauer's, produce a decent pass.
Well, I'm waiting for somebody to really stick it over there, though, like to really get courageous, because, it's awful close to the white line and you don't want to go out of bounds, because everybody seems to drift over there and really extend their distances. So the cone is moving over here to the right, though. It's not moving to the left this time, and maybe they're just going to cross-track it a little. Maybe that's what they're hoping for, is that they'll start on the right and end on the left in that good dirt out there.
On our 85 Limited Pro Stock side, we will move to Mr. Nick DeVries on the Smoke Wagon International 1066. Will be up next. Josh Hanna on deck, and Chad Kukowski will be on the Possum. On our light limited side, we will have Johnny's Deer, Julie's Nightmare, the Blue Power Express, and the Flirting with Disaster.
Attention in the pits. Could we have all 4-1 drivers? All drivers of the 4-1 tractors participating tonight, you need to go to your vehicles now, please. All 4-1 drivers to your vehicles. Got it.
All right, Nick DeVries on the Smoke Wagon backing into the saddle there on the Optima red sled here. Longtime campaigner here with us in the state of Illinois with the ITPA. Glad to see that him and his counterpart, I believe Mr. Josh or Devin Kane will be driving the Gunsmoke a little bit later here. Made the venture down here tonight on one half of Team Smoke Motorsports. Beautiful, beautiful looking tractor. Brand new paint job on it here for the 2025 season. Just getting her put together for the Midwest Winter Nationals this last winter, and has been showing promise all year long. Coming off a big win up at the Half Century of Progress up in Rantoul, Illinois. See what it can do here.
And, you know, it's interesting, this track has been pretty even over here so far. You know, you talked about the possibility that it could get better. You know, we're probably right around a third of the way through the category, so still a lot of hooks to go here, but staying very consistent, which is what you want to see. You don't want to see, you know, as each hook goes, everybody just legs out the distance a little farther, because then it becomes a numbers game, and you want it to be a true competition. So glad to see that it's kind of staying even here as guys are in the hunt.
And we'll see what the Smoke Wagon has in store for competition here in the Sandcrest Specialty Transport 85. I believe going to be a little short here this evening in our 85 Limited Pros.
Looked like it was just a little bit heavy on the nose out there. You know, try to leave the line. You want to get that front end up about 12 to 14 inches off the ground to get that perfect displacement of weight into those rear tires. And so that'll yield him a distance of 3:11 and 77.
Julie's Nightmare having a heck of a right turn there. John Eccles out of Blair, Wisconsin, with a nice pass there as he tries to eat up the right side of the track here on the left side of the.
Man, you could tell he was working hard for it. If you watched him at the top end, it was spinning in, and then he did a little sachet, a little slide to the left there as he was really trying to dig those tires in just to get a little bit more distance at the top end. And he's 3:34.45, 3:34 and 45 to put it in the books for him. So
yeah, the little wiggle there in the middle of the track, that definitely hurt him on his distance. That'll bring up Josie Otto up next on our light limited pro stock side. She's your current points leader in the champion seed, the light limited super stock series.
Yeah, still good enough for Johnny's Dear Julie's Nightmare to step up into the number 3 spot, right there behind the Shake and Bake. And then our leader out there, still the Notorious at 3:58 and 38.
And on our 85 Limited Pro stock side, this will bring up our current points leader for the Sandcrest Specialty Transport 85 Limited Pro stocks, Mr. Josh Hanna. No stranger here to the track at Holzhauer's. This has probably got to be one of his favorite tracks because he does very good here all the time, it seems like. Every time that there's a 85 Limited Pro stock class, he's your winner Friday night last year here at the track at Holzhauer's. Looking to win again here this evening.
Yeah, and he's been pretty impressive this season. I got to see him at Macon, Missouri as he picked up a win and a second place, and just, you know, so much. That was a tough track out there, and it was the first time that they'd been back to the Show Me Showdown in probably 20 years. And so it was great to see that amazing event in Macon, Missouri, you know, come back. But also, you know, these guys hit that track for the very first time. They didn't have any notes. They didn't have any reads on it. And to come out and walk away with the wrestling belt, because that was the prize for the overall winner, pretty impressive.
Yeah, the little wiggle there in the middle of the track, that definitely hurt him on his distance. That'll bring up Josie Otto up next on our light limited pro stock side. This will bring up our current points leader for the Sandcrest Specialty Transport 85 Limited Pro stocks, Mr. Josh Hanna. No stranger here to the track at Holzhauer's. This has probably got to be one of his favorite tracks because he does very good here all the time, it seems like. Every time that there's a 85 Limited Pro stock class, he's your winner Friday night last year here at the track at Holzhauer's. Looking to win again here this evening.
Yeah, and he's been pretty impressive this season. I got to see him at Macon, Missouri as he picked up a win and a second place, and just, you know, so much. That was a tough track out there, and it was the first time that they'd been back to the Show Me Showdown in probably 20 years. And so it was great to see that am great run there for Kaywood's Comet.
Nothing that a little hot shots can't fix.
He's got a 12-point lead right now, and so he's looking to pad that just a little bit more because, as we know, this class is so tight out here. And so he'll go 3:18 and 30, so that'll drop him back quite a bit behind our leader, the high-price Hooker, who's in second. So 3:18 and 30. And so that's good enough for fourth right now. So still a good spot for him as it stands, would only lose about 6 points with that effort. And, you know, these guys always say they're not counting during the event, but they are. You know, they're doing that math as fast as they can in their head. And I wouldn't be surprised if they had a little automatic spreadsheet that they put the numbers in and automatically calculated for them.
All right, the Wheatland Express. Here we go.
She's got to be downtown Nashville. It went past me, and it was still gaining speed.
Well, and that was the thing. It was the ground speed for me. You know, we haven't seen really a clean pass in this class. And what I'm talking about is, you know, leaving the starting line, being slow and steady, and then just really pouring it on and being stable the whole way down the track. And that's what she had. And when she did that, it gave her so much ground speed out there and just shot her to the end. How about this distance? 370 and 88. For the Blue Power Express. Phenomenal.
For that, what do we have? About one or two Blue Ford fans earlier when we were hooping and hollering. They got to be jumping up excited here tonight.
There's a lot to be excited about. I mean, we're talking about 12 feet. 12 and a half feet, by the way, 12 and a half feet over Notorious there, who is in second. That's going to bump Shake and Bake down to third. And again, that narrow points lead for Josie out there. You know, she's looking to stretch it out, get a little bit of comfortable out there. But, man, what a clean, impressive pass.
On our 85 Limited Pro Stock side, we will go to the Possum MX 255. Chad Katowski is going to do the driving here tonight out of Nashville, Illinois. The hired gun here this evening for the Bartling family, one half of the Dirty Possum polling team. Minor Disturbance on deck and Gunsmoke in the hole. And on our light limited side, we will have the Flirting with Disaster. Morris Beatty out of Tipton, Iowa.
So it looks like the Possum's going to take another shot at backing up to the Sled. And you're probably thinking, it can't matter that much back there, but it sure can. And so they want to make sure that they actually get that giant dinner plate of a hook in the hitch point directly in the center of the vehicle. Because if you don't, once you leave the starting line, that means you've got to drag the sled directly behind you and you're going to lose some of your power. So wants to make sure that he can get directly there. They're going to take that big old chain with that giant dinner plate hook on it, hook that up. Then they're going to add the safety chain, and then they're going to add the safety switch. And then what that safety switch does is that gives the sled operator the opportunity to actually pull the ignition switch on the tractor to shut it down, pull the flaps, shut it down from inside the cab should something happen. So that's why it takes a little bit of time down there on the starting line to get everybody hooked up. They want to make sure that they've got the chain not twisted. Everything is hooked up in the proper fashion for everyone down there to make a clean pass.
All right, we see the Chad has the score here, the Possum. Motion maker here, Nashville, Illinois.
to bring it back towards the center at the very end. Afraid he was going to go out of bounds. Kept it in nicely, even though he had to use that brake. It'll be 3:14.02 for the Possum. And that'll take us right here to the midway point in our class as we head over to the light limited Super Stocks. It's the Flirting with Disaster.
Not the pass he was looking for. Not a good A-B pass like Josie had there, but he definitely knew that the tires were underneath him there. A little bouncy bounce.
You know, and sometimes you wonder if the tractor is trying to live up to its name, you know, flirting with disaster out there.
That was my favorite hobby in college. I wasn't good with it, but it was my favorite hobby to try.
Morris Beatty from Tipton, Iowa. He'll go 3:32 and 31. 3:32 and 31. Remember that Blue Power Express out front in first at 3:70 and 88. Notorious second at 3:58.38. And Shake and Bake holding down the last spot on the podium there at 3:54 and 72. Just 3 to go before we will talk to our winner in this light limited super stock class.
Yep, Tim Beisig will be next out of Dorchester, Wisconsin. They're the brute force machine. So Blue fans, get loud and get proud. It'll be the last time in the class here. Will they have a chance to go 1, 2, 3 maybe? And on our 85 limited pro stock side, we will have Mr. Brian Arnold out of Scioto, Illinois on the minor Disturbance 7R. Gunsmoke on deck and right and dirty in the hole here for our Sandcrest Specialties Transport 85 of the limited pro stocks here tonight. Dave Daughtry still holding the lead for our 85 limited pro stocks. He's got to be happy. At least Josh Hanna's behind him, so he's got to be at least all smiles now. Now all he can hope for is for PPL West members to find their way in between him and Josh Hanna, just to keep moving Mr. Josh Hanna down. That way he can keep a higher points lead leaving tonight.
Yeah, it was a 12-point lead for Kaywood's Comet coming in. With the way the standings are right now, if we stop the class, it would at least 6 at the end of the night. And so, you know, that's doable, you know, but here's the thing. We are just halfway through the category tonight. And so that's part of it is it's the waiting. You know, Tom Petty said it best. The waiting is the hardest part. And so we've got to see where all these other tractors are going to go, because we've got some guys that are running Champion Seed Western Series. We've got some that aren't. That manufactures itself into the points. And this is where it gets a little dicey. That's where it kind of gives you a little ants in your pants if you're one of those two guys trying to hold on out there. So as the top 3 stands, it'll be Showtime 2 third, the Red Wrecker sitting currently in second, and the High Price Hooker third. And remember, if you want to keep up with these distances, if it's too much to try to remember and look at the scoreboard, propulling.com, click that little banner at the top that says live results, and it'll pull up the spreadsheet for you where it's already sorted and you can keep track of everything.
You know, that's saying good things come to those that wait. That does not imply here in tractor pulling whatsoever. I try to tell my girlfriend that all the time, but she just doesn't want to listen to that. But definitely in tractor pulling, that line does not work whatsoever.
So we've got Brian Arnold on the line here, minor Disturbance. We've also got the brute force over there, Tim Pessig. He's ready to go. And so we'll see who gets to win here and who's going to go first, if it's going to be the 85 or the light limited.
Looks like we're going to go with the 7R on the 85 and limited pro stock side. Still chasing down the high price Hooker. 320. tonight, and a little too proud of the gear.
Yeah, it looks good on the starting line, but once you get to the top end, you've used up all your power out there, and they just kind of snuff out that turbo.
Yeah, Optima Red Sled said no more. Tractor formerly the light pro of Mr. Luke Ross. The Arnold family sold their old tractor chassis. I believe it became a Pro Farm tractor. Then they bought Luke Ross's chassis off his light pro and have been campaigning it with the same name here of the minor Disturbance.
320 and 62 will be the distance. 320 and 62.
Holy cow.
From a blue one.
There's one thing you can't sleep on, and that's the Pyseek family. They know this business better than anyone else. Longtime competitors in the light super stock division, went to the mini rod division and have had great success in that, and even in this light limited super stock. You take them down in power and they can still make a machine just go down the track with brute force, indeed.
And a huge number here, good enough for second, 368 and 25, 368.25. So shaking things up, making it pretty interesting out here with just 2 to go.
You know, we can only, as announcers, we can only sit here and speculate what issues they were having on at the scales earlier, and I'd imagine it's probably the light limited class. So maybe tomorrow all the blue tractors need to take about 100 to 150 pounds off so the rest of the tractors can catch up here, because the blue one's putting on a show here this evening.
They are. Now we've got 2 red ones to round out the class, and so there's a chance. If you're a red fan, there's a chance that it could work out in your favor here. Today's ARP product line contains thousands of part numbers, and it is expanded to include virtually every fastener found in an engine and drive line and throughout the suspension and frame. These range from quality high-performance OEM replacement parts to exotic specialty hardware for Formula One, IndyCar, NHRA drag racing, marine applications, and yes, even pulling. For more information, go online to arp-bolts.com.
Backed into the sled right now for our 85 of the Limited Pro stocks. We'll have Mr. Devin Kane on the Gunsmoke Puma 212 here, looking to do competition here for our 85 of the Limited Pro stocks here tonight. Now, if you think to yourself, if you know your red terminology, they didn't make a Puma 212. They made a Puma 210. But the Kane family, they decided to call it the 212. That is the date that their dad was born, so that's why they decided to keep February 12th. On the side there, 212. We'll see what the Gunsmoke has in store here. One half of the smoke. Devin definitely putting his brother's front end to work there, that spring ride front end, as he was seeing stars there as he let out of the clutch there at the start, and that definitely hurt him on his drawbar, which hurt him on his distance here in this 85 Limited Pro Stock class. The solid pass, but not going to be enough to catch the win here tonight. 306 and 6.4, 306 and 6.4 for Mr. Devin Kane on the Gunsmoke. Ride Dirty will be up next. Silent Partner on deck, and Family Tradition in the hole.
Yeah, and if you remember, you talked about the Gunsmoke and the Smoke Wagon being teammates. The Smoke Wagon was super heavy on the front end, and so they made that big adjustment to the Gunsmoke and maybe just went a little bit too far, and so that can be a little bit of a disadvantage of team tractors sometimes. Maybe you learn too much and make adjustments too far the other way.
Yeah, sometimes having a lot of data isn't always a good thing. Makes you think too much, and if there's anything the tractor pullers do, they think and overthink, probably way too much.
Yeah, think long, think wrong. That's the way I always go with it. Go with your gut and ride it out.
I like that. That's a good line.
Cole Robinson and the Bad Idea.
The other half of the Robinson team here. Also with the Bad Idea out of Lucerne, Missouri. Not getting on top of the turbocharger there. We're going to back them up and try again there. Just not getting enough steam there on the turbocharger to keep it lit here to get them tires moving down the line. On our 85 Limited Pro stock side, we will have the Right and Dirty. Esden Bartling made the drive here. He was in Murray, Kentucky earlier this afternoon in college, and he decided instead of partying in college, we're going to come home and pull some tractors. This was your Friday night winner earlier this spring at the Pullers Championship here on the Right and Dirty 1066.
You know, we've seen all of our tractors so far in the center of the track, you know, just kind of moving to the right and to the left. You know, I wonder as we go on and these distance kind of start to really bunch up, if we'll see some of our Sandcrest Specialized Transport 8500 Limited Pro Stock tractors really kind of move kind of the outer edges of the track, so to speak. I know I walked a little bit out here earlier and it seemed like maybe this pit side, maybe a little bit soft. And so you can see people really trying to avoid that over here, but it felt like as you went more towards the center of the track that it really started to firm up. So we haven't really seen anybody run the left sideline yet. We've seen everybody kind of play it safe there in the middle, you know, where it's really been worn in, and they've kind of built the road right there in the middle, because you got to remember, the tractor is 8,500 pounds. You know, the sled is going to be right around, with those weights in there, it's going to be right around 4,200 to 4,400 pounds. So all that's going to bring up moisture and build that road and make it better.
Stopped. What was going to be, maybe not be able to get it off the line. He never got it off the line, moved it down the line. A nice pass there for the bad idea.
Well, if they keep stretching this distance out here, we're going to have to get another light plant out there.
365.15.
Thank God it's the end of the season, because with a pass of 360.
.23 and 20, 3:23 and 20 the distance, so he's going to mix it up there, get a little bit closer. I want to say that's good enough for the top three. It might just have taken over the second spot. 3:23 and 10. 3:23 and 10, and that will take over the number 2 spot. So a very, very solid hook over there for Esden Bartling and Riding Dirty.
That's always been one of the tractors. It just hooks to the track. That was one of the original Ace chassis to come to the state of Illinois, and this was back in, I was in high school, so it's like 13, 14 time frame that it came to Illinois, and that tractor can just hook. That chassis has always been able to just hook for whatever reason it is. There is duplicate frames all around the grounds here tonight, but none of them ever seem to hook just like that tractor can. And Esden making it work, and the 618 Motorsports power plant underneath the hood definitely showing its steam here tonight.
Well, you know, that's the interesting thing about a chassis is, you know, you just find vehicles like that. You know, Kevin Masterson, we'll see him later in the 10,000 pound pro stock tractor category. He says that of his dad's tractor, the Tinker Toy. He said no matter who you put on the Tinker Toy, it's going to do the same exact thing. It's going to go from point A to point B. It's going to do its best. You know, I also remember Terry Blackburn telling me the same thing about one of their 6 liters, their inline 6s. He goes, anybody can drive that. He goes, Leslie, I could put you up there on it and you would be just fine, never having driven anything before. Is that you just end up with a good chassis that goes straight, and you've just hit all your marks on your weight. It's really a cool thing to see.
And for the light limited super stock side, I've got some bad news because Skylar Smith will be up next out of Bell, Missouri on his Puma 180, known as Bad News. Tractor formerly the Warhorse machine. It used to be an alcohol-powered machine. Now it finds its way diesel-powered. To round us off here for our light limited super stocks here tonight.
And that's unusual because usually they go the other way. Usually you go from diesel to alcohol, not alcohol to diesel.
Building the fire, Bad News time here. Skylar Smith out of Bell, Missouri. Foot there, and he lost all his momentum there on the Bad News machine.
This will be the final of our 13 tractors in the category, and then we'll get to talk to our winner. We have a pretty good idea who it's going to be, but we want to wait and get that official distance here to make things legitimate here. It'll be 3:21 and 22, 3:21 and 22 for the Bad News.
Let's give a nice round of applause there. Great light limited super stock class here to get us started there on the left track here tonight. Mini rods will be up next.
We'll give you the rundown here. How you see this solid corner. This is Cody Casey from Manchester, Illinois.
I think they've campaigned this tractor for 5-6 years, and I've just always wanted to know who the silent partner is on this tractor.
Listen, some things are just better left unsaid, but it's great for them that they've got somebody that wants to support the sport, support them in their endeavors and their efforts here on the track as they go 3:24 and 24, 3:24.24. Again, that will bump up into the second place, so that's going to bump the Ride and Dirty down. So we are seeing those distance kind of start to grow a little bit, chasing down Dave Doherty out there in the high-price Hooker, who holds the lead at 3:28 and 83.
Yeah, the track is definitely coming towards their favor here, that's for sure.
So we'll give you the rundown here in our light limited super stock class. We'll do the top 10 here. Round out the top 10 will be the Dumpster Fire and Adam Nimitz. Morris Beatty and Flirting with Disaster 9th. Jamie Barger, Haywire 8th. 7th place tonight will go to Capital Expense, Greg Braun. Johnny Eckel and Johnny's Deer, Julie's Nightmare will be 6th. Rounding out the top 5, Shake and Bake, Wyatt Robinson. Ryan Lynn and Notorious 4th. Stepping on the podium in 3rd, Bad Idea, Cole Robinson. Your runner-up tonight, Tim Peisig in Brute Force. And your winner in the light limited super stock category, the Blue Power Express, driven by Josie Otto. Let's hear it for all of the light limited super stock competitors. We'll try to get Josie down here and have a couple words with her on that victory tonight as she's chasing down those points, holding on to her lead here, going into the final hook tomorrow.
On the grandstand side, we'll move to the mini rods. Walk the line will get us started. Adam Kester Jeremy Nelson will follow up on Category 1, and Kansas Twister will be our first 3 competitors in our mini rods here tonight. 85 Limited Pro Stock side, we will have the family tradition of Mr. Brian Gerling out of Berger, Missouri. It's just money on deck and chaotic in the hole. We'd like to thank our sponsors, track sponsors here tonight, the Lutz Agency, Bartling Farms, Reekman Brothers John Deere in Oakville, Centralia, Breeze, and Farina, and Sievers Equipment for your Case IH needs out of the Holy Land of Hoyleton. On our 85 Limited Pro Stock side, Brian Gerling, Berger, Missouri right now, the 1066 known as the family tradition, still chasing down Mr. Dave Daughtry, holding the lead at 328 and change. That's where the pay dirt currently sits.
Yeah, he's a little deeper in the hunt of the Champion Seed Western Series points here in the category. In third, missed a couple hooks out there on the season, I believe, and so that really, really hurts your efforts there. But did come back and gain first place points at their last hook.
He's been a long-time competitor here in this 85 Limited Pro Stock class. About the same time that he got its start here in Illinois, he was one of the original ones in Missouri. Been pulling here in Illinois and Missouri a long time here. We'll see what Brian has in store.
Steam there at the top end. A ton of ground speed built up on that run there for the family tradition.
Our mini rod competitors out probing the track, checking things out, seeing what they're going to do here. I've been excited for the mini rod class here all week. Good iron to come here. Different track from last year. We're going to take last year and throw that out the window and try again for this year here. Walk the Line's going to get us started. Adam Kester only bringing 2 vehicles of the 3 that he has here. It was unfortunate. I was looking forward to seeing all 3 of them here, but we'll settle for 2. 2 strong run ones. One to get us started here out of Evansville, Indiana. The Walk the Line machine. Adam Kester going to get us started. Category 1 on deck, and Kansas Twister will be the first 3 mini rod competitors here. And on our 85 Limited Pro Stock side, we will move to It's Just Money, the 7240 Nathan Berkner out of McLeansboro, Illinois. Chaotic on deck and night moves in the hole. Aaron Niemeyer, you be thinking about it. Family tradition winning this is there. 314 and 13. 314 and 13. Uncharacteristic pass there for Mr. Brian Gerling. Definitely missing the gear here tonight. '95 Limited Pro Stocks, you guys will be up next. 95 Limited Pro Stocks, you guys will be up next.
So we'll continue on here with our Sandcrest Specialized Transport 8500 Limited Pro Stock tractors. Next it'll be It's Just Money. Nathan Berkner from McLeansboro, Illinois. We're going to round out the category. This is one of 3 to end the class here all red tractors. So we've got a red one on top, and we've got red ones to end the category. So it's safe to say out there, Red fans, you're going to end up with somebody on top of the heap that you've been cheering for tonight.
And a beautiful looking boxcar Magnum sheet metal machine coming to us from McLeansboro, Illinois. Been a very hit or miss season for Nathan. I really haven't seen him out too much. Has made a couple of hooks here and there. I believe he is working on a 4.1 motor, so I'm going to campaign at 4.1 next year. For the 7240. All right, who do we got down in the winner's circle there for our light limited super stocks?
Well, we've got Josie Otto down here, and for you, Josie, it was really like you were just shot out of a cannon down there. It was one of the cleanest, fastest passes of the night. So, you know, as the driver, when you get one of those, how does that feel in the seat when you know you've got it hooked up and you know you're just going to ride the lightning all the way down?
It felt really good with my husband's help on just telling me to let the clutch out really slow and just not bounce it off the wheelie balls, but I did. It was just a really smooth pass, and it felt great.
Well, and the thing is, that really helped you tonight because it solidified your lead. You got one to go. You look a little nervous. Are you ready for this tomorrow?
I'm so ready for tomorrow. We've fought hard with this tractor all year long, and just a lot of competitors in this class, and we're finally making it to the top. So I want to thank Patrick O'Brien, Diesel for working on our tractors, Sammy and Sharon Pillington for letting me drive their tractors, and of course my husband for weighing it and just letting me know where to go. So
a great effort. Let's give it up one more time for Josie Otto tonight, your winner in the light limited superstock category.
Nathan went a distance there of 3.25 and 11. 3.25 and 11. That was sliding. Kester getting us started there on the walk-the-line machine, walking the line for sure. That left chalk line out of Evansville, Indiana. He is on the option, has the option to keep or drop here. Got to be, I'd say be pretty happy with that pass. That was a good solid pass. Going to eat up that left chalk line for us here and see how that progresses here for the class. And we are finished getting us started there at 3:32.53. 3:32.53 gets us started for our mini rods here. Adam Kester sets the bar here for our mini rods. Up next will be Jeremy Nelson on the category #1 machine here of Mr. Peter Norton. Adam Kester getting us started on our SCS Gearbox mini rods here tonight. Up next, category 1 machine. Peter Norton currently sitting second in points right now, right behind the Nelson family on the half past midnight. Only 2 points behind. 240 right now for the half past midnight. 238 for second.
get those rear tires locked into the track, and you could see it was really like we'd normally call that one-wheeling. It was kind of two-wheeling because the entire tractor was bouncing up and down. And so when you see those tires really come out of the ground and grow, that's a bad thing because you want that nice wide footprint into the ground. And unfortunately, it's going to show on his distance at 3:02 and 79. 3:02 and 79.
Yes, a lot of competitors definitely missing the tire air pressure situation here tonight. Very bouncy for quite a few of them. A lot of factors into that. It could be when they pick up the front end and hits the wheelie bars. It initially starts that bounce into it. And when you start the bounce, it's really hard to lose the bounce.
And the crazy thing about tire pressure for me is that we're talking about like a half a pound of air. We're not talking about pounds of air difference. We're talking about a quarter, a half, maybe 3/4 of a pound of air difference out there that's making the difference in the way that they hook up to the sled. So this is Jeremy Nelson, and it has been a phenomenal year for him and Peter Norton in the Category 1. And so there was a string there in a tough part of the season when Goshen and Evansville, they got rained out in Altamont, where this tractor was just at the top of the heat. And then they go to Hillsboro, which is where, we joke with Jeremy Nelson all the time. Hillsboro is where he seems to hit his stride. He also told me that this mini ride is very similar to one he's had success with in the past. A couple things might have happened there. It sounded like Jeremy may have let out of it just a little bit. It looked like it started a one wheel, but that wasn't anything that we haven't seen him drive through before. And so this is huge here for the Category 1 team. And so maybe they're trying to figure out exactly what happened there, talking to the sled operator, figure that out. He will get a measurable distance of 2:44.86, but that's nowhere near where he needs to be tonight to keep up this race in the points. And that's the thing about the points for this category, is that they had this season 8 hooks, but then they had 2 rainouts. So they've really only had 4 competitions with points. And so it just shows you how good Jeremy Nelson has been up to this point. 2 points, he's got a 2-point lead. The top 5 in this category is separated by just a mere 12 points. And so this could be really tough for him.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Leslie, but I guarantee you, Brett Berg and the Slaw family, there's blood in the water right now.
Looks like about the same spot that we saw the high-price hooker spot that sled. Just kind of left to center there, finishing strong out the top end. And so our leader was 3:28.83. We're going to see 3:32.16. He got him.
You can never count out Darren Horsemeyer, longtime competitor there in that Night Moves machine. No slouch whatsoever coming to us out of Kingdom City with 1 to go. And our Sandcrest Transport 85 Limited Pro stocks.
Well, and here's what I love. We talked about the track being even. It was the 4th tractor of the category that came out and took the lead, held it for a while. Then we get down into the 11th and 12th. That's where we see the 2nd and 3rd place lead really change. And then we come down to the 17th hook. And so talk about a fair track. You know, everybody thinks, when the sun is out, that track's going to get better when it goes down. Kudos to everyone here at the track at Holzhauser's for working it up, for putting such a fair track together for this category. It has really been spectacular. Considering the conditions that they've had to deal with here tonight, this weekend, pouring all that water in, starting on Tuesday, dealing with the no rain. Really, really cool to see it be so even out here as we come down to just one left. That'll be our test puller, the Pickney Bottom Deer, and Aaron Niemeyer.
On our mini rod side, we'll have the Kansas Twister. Mr. Logan Stevens out of Lewisburg, Kansas will be up next. The first of 2 entries for him. He will round the class off with the Wheatland Express Mini Edition. He's got these 2 mini rods. Also campaigns a light mini rod, a small block mini rod that he campaigns as well out there around Kansas and Missouri. But when it comes to the big mini rod, he's been following the Champions Tour SCS gearbox machine tractors here.
Oh, Eli, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. We see a bold move over here. The Stevens team moving that spot of the sled over to that left-hand sideline. You said left is the place to be here. And so they are moving over there. We saw Kester really have some success. Getting over there. They are going all in on it here with the first entry from their team. Deeper in the points, sitting at number 9 on the season. The really cool part has really been, you know, seeing Logan and his dad out on the Champions Tour, and to see him really grow as a puller, and to see him progress and get better and better at reading tracks and picking spots and really making those efforts out there. He goes 313.08. 313.08.
Here, the Pickney Bottom Deer, Aaron Niemeyer.
So they're going to do it for the Pickney Bottom Deer.
Turns down 3:14.09 for a 3:21.50. That was a good decision on the option there, and that will definitely shake up the top few there of our 85 Limited Pro stocks here this evening.
Yeah, that'll be good enough to move him into the top 5 as well. Just an amazing class of 18. We'll give you the top 10 here. So Josh Hanna and Kaywood's Comet will round out the top 10. Brian Arnold and Minor Disturbance 9th. 8th tonight will go to the Showtime 2 and Craig Shoey. Aaron Niemeyer, the Pickney Bottom Deer, will put himself into 7th. The Red Wrecker and Tim McVicker 6th. Esden Bartlett and Riding Dirty rounds out the top 5. 4th tonight, the Silent Partner, driven by Cody Hasey. Nathan Berkner and It's Just Money steps on the podium in 3rd. Your runner-up, the High Price Hooker and David Doherty. And your winner tonight, Darren Horstmeyer in Night Moves. Let's hear it for all of the Sandcrest Specialized Transport 8500 Limited Pro Stock Tractors. This will be Brett Berg from Farmington, Minnesota, the North American trailer machine. And usually we see Jordan Nelson drive one of these. I'll have to take a look at the gear on our driver here to see who's doing the driving on each one. Brett will usually drive one and Jordan the other, kind of teaming up. You see 5 mini rods between George and then Nelson and then Jordan and Endeavor that kind of team up together here and share all that data. Jordan skillfully getting that one down the track. Former champion in this category, so lots of experience for the team here. He'll go 275 and 45. .275 and 45, and a skillful job there by Jordan to get that tractor stabilized and to finish that run and to lock in that distance.
Yeah, I definitely think the two tractor teams are definitely going to be a big advantage here tonight, because just seems some kind of hiccup there around that 150 marker there. Like, I guess when the box kind of starts making its way down the rails there, just kind of gives a weird vibration there, and they can either drive through it or it definitely upsets the mini rods, and it doesn't take much to upset a mini rod.
No, you have to remember these guys are just under 2,100 pounds. They're only 6 feet wide and 8 feet long. And so they're very, very small, but then they also have a ton of horsepower. And so these guys are making somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 horsepower on that teeny tiny little 6x8, 2,050 pound machine. And so with that kind of horsepower to weight ratio, that's where they get a little wild. That's where they get a little wicked. And so that's what we want to see. We want to see that front end come up in the air. We want to see them just really take a set and lay into the track. But a lot of times with those soft ply rear tires, that's not what happens. It can one wheel a little bit from side to side. And then it's up to the driver to decide if they're going to drive through it or if they're going to use those brakes to try to help control it or back out of it.
Up next on the mini rod side will be your Friday night winner last year, the Show No Mercy machine. Tyler Slaw going to be doing the driving here. Bruce still laid up after his snowmobile accident this winter, so hopefully maybe by the end of the summer we might be able to see Bruce back out. But for sure, if he ain't out this year, he'll for sure, I bet, be out next year, as long as that doctor allows him in, of course. But Tyler's been doing an excellent job of driving for his dad all summer, and his dad can't be upset because Tyler has just hit all the marks here, and the Slaws love the track at Holzhauer's. That is a known fact.
Well, here comes Bruce to the track to back up Tyler. And if you know him, he can't sit still. And so I think part of the reason that he hasn't been in the seat is that he decided to mount tires, and it kind of hurt his back. But the same weekend, he also decided that he was going to chop a bunch of firewood. And so the fact that he can't sit still and he's so active, and he wants to be so active, which I love, that they're still out here competing and he's still so active, and outdoors, kind of set him back a little bit on his recovery there to drive the mini rod. Fun fact, though, for Tyler here, and we'll talk about his tractor a little bit, they didn't make a ton of changes over the course of the winter. And normally you see that on these mini rods. And, they made some on Bruce's Show No, but really nothing on the Have No Mercy. And so it's been a good baseline for him this year, sitting in the top 5 here, just 12-point backed. And as we mentioned earlier, with Jeremy Nelson's short distance, the door is open here for this championship. So interesting that he cut it right off, definitely before that 100-foot mark. So we're going to check in with Tyler, see if he's got a mechanical there or if he can just be rolled back to the starting line. So it looks like when he started to leave the line, it leaned over towards that left sideline a little bit, started to grow We call that one-wheeling just a little bit, got a little unstable, and he decided to get back out of it.
And that's kudos for him. You know, he knew he still had another chance to back up and try again there. And just like we said with Jeremy laying down there with Category 1 there, the opportunity to gain in points here tonight for sure is definitely there.
It looks like they are going to drag him back to the starting line, and he'll take another shot at it. Now remember, it's not as easy with the tractors. You know, with these mini rods, remember every ounce counts as far as weight. And so they're not going to let that tractor run any longer than they need it to out there. And then they're gonna shut it off because they want to save their fuel. And then they're gonna back him up to the sled with their tow vehicle. And then of course they'll have to restart him with the starter that they'll attach there to the utility vehicle. So they're gonna go ahead and push him back and give it another go.
I'm down here in the winner's circle here with Mr. Darren Horsemeyer. And Darren, I was joking with you a little bit earlier. You've been letting the kids drive all summer, and they've had good success with it. I'm not disagreeing that. But the old man getting the job done here tonight. Anybody you got to thank to get you here tonight, Darren?
Absolutely. Crow Performance, Scott Crow, Hart's Diesel, Korth Tire, my family, my kids, my wife.
It takes a team to get it done here, and you saw something out there that nobody else saw. You were able to catch Dave. I didn't think anybody was going to get him. I thought Dave had it wrapped up here tonight, and everybody else was just gonna kind of pile in there, and it's going to be what it's going to be. But you saw something that nobody else did, and it worked out for you here tonight.
About 20 foot before I got him, I didn't think I was going to, I can tell you.
Hey, the blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while, and that's a good meal. Let's give a nice round of applause here. Mr. Darren Horsemeyer, your winner, and your 85 Limited Pro stocks here tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
So the opening distance here will be 3:45 and 40, 3:45.40. And yeah, he's giving him the big thumbs up on that. When you throw down like that as the first one out of the gate, I think you're going to go ahead and say, yeah, I'll keep that one. So a tall mark to beat here, set by the 618 Motorsports 4-1 and Brett Hagstad at 3:45 and 40.
On our mini rod side, looks like we'll have the
So a little bit more of that methanol, that racing alcohol, going into the tank because he's going to need it. Remember, as we said, every ounce counts. So that fuel tank only holds enough fuel to get them down the track. Not a single drop more. So when you have something like that, you got to add it back in. Tyler's going to stay in the seat there, and you can see a very unique setup. Tyler's a tall guy. He's probably 6'4", 6'5", and so to fit in that roll cage, and he scooted himself up to make sure that he doesn't have as much weight on the rear axle, and so he can get a little bit more front end weight. And so you can see that his legs are kind of close to those headers. He's got some protective gear on there, of course. And so that's just really a design implement from the Slaw family to give themselves a little bit more of an advantage in the weight department, you know, because they are tall people there. And so, you know, if you have somebody that's a little bit smaller, you can set them back in there a little bit farther. It doesn't make as much difference, but they've found in their design of their chassis that this is what works for them. To get out of it right away and to shut it down. And so I thought he had made it through that kind of danger zone out there. You saw him really work the throttle. He was very, very concerted with how he applied the throttle. And then when he went full throttle, though, it seemed like it was just a little too much for the track out there. So he'll get a distance of 218 and 97, 218.97.
That's almost got to be a little bit of sigh of relief there for Jeremy there on the category 1 machine for sure there. Just a weird, I really can't explain it because there's been track, you know, there's been minis to make it down the track here tonight, but man, just a little hiccup there getting it lit. Or getting it to hook up into the track, not working in their favor here.
So this is going to be the Shigon 4-1, Grayson Shore Fighty. So these team tractors back to back, not a great draw for these guys tonight.
I know, I thought the object of owning 2 machines is that way you could separate them and it'd be fine, but yeah, young Grayson with a bad luck of the draw here tonight for the Shigon 4.1. Change of tires here about a couple weeks ago has been a change of attitude for this machine.
Man, those tires so critical when you think about it. Just the smallest difference can really change your outcomes at the top end. And, you know, when we talk about, you know, tires, it's not just like you're, you know, buying a set off the rack. You know, these tires are all custom cut. You know, they have a different, sometimes they have a flat edge, you know, on the tread. Sometimes they have a rounded edge. So you've got different ways that you can put the cleat on the corner of the tire. It's really the technology and the things that they can do are really crazy out here. So he'll go 334 and 81. So huge distances here, 334 and 81. And that's only the second of 19. And so if this is the way we're going to start, I can't imagine how we're going to finish tonight if we've got 17 more of that coming at us here.
Yeah, especially when you run down look down the lineup here. There's no slouches at all. These are all hard-run machines looking to do battle here this evening.
Crazy thing to me is that so many of these tractors, not only, you know, are they running on the Champion Seed Western Series, which you've heard a lot about tonight, they're also running on the Hartz Diesel Silver Series. And so we're talking, you know, we talked about 18, you know, passes earlier. You know, some of these guys are up in the 20s with the amount of passes that they're making. Now, they are getting dual points for their effort here tonight, so they'll count for both series here, so that's fortunate for everybody. But it's really just kind of a nod to their commitment to the sport, to how much they love pulling, and their maintenance program that they're able to make that many hooks.
Adrian Cox would definitely be one of those, and the Weezer tractor. They've been pulling both Silver Series and the Western Series. Those tractors have definitely reached the end of the season and are probably definitely very tired here as we reach the 2020 at the tail end here of the 2025 season. On the mini rod side, we're looking for the half past midnight of Mr. Tanner Nelson. Should be next at Altamont, Illinois. Beast of Burden on deck, and Have No Mercy will be in the hole here for our mini rods. Everybody's still chasing down Mr. Adam Kester, who has set the bar here in the mini rod class, and nobody has been able to get to the bar.
So Mack Trailer Manufacturing of Alliance, Ohio is respected as the nation's foremost manufacturer of dump, flatbed, transfer trailers, and pneumatic tanks. Mack Trailer provides ongoing solutions through high-tech product innovation and advanced engineering capabilities. As a national leader in trailer manufacturing, Mack Trailer serves the industry with a trailer to meet the rigorous demands of your hauling requirements. Let Mack build you the trailer you need with a level of quality you deserve. Experience the excellence of Mack. Visit MackTrailer.com.
Last two tractors have been from right here in Illinois, right here in this county. We're going to move our way up to the Badger State of Wisconsin. Josh Dutton here, the Time for One More machine.
I love the paint job on this thing. Just something about the white nose stripe there on the middle just gives it a little bit different look there. 66 series, you see it as a quarter.
And on the mini rod side, fired up right now, half past midnight. Tanner Nelson, your current points leader here on the half past midnight. He turned 16 last fall, started driving a two-wheel drive, and right away he wanted to be a mini rod puller. Most people take a year or two and drive a two-wheel drive and get comfortable driving and learning how to drive. Nope, Tanner, they jump right into the mini rod, and he has proven himself quite the driver here on the half past midnight.
Well, and the thing that a lot of people don't realize about Tanner Nelson is he's a third-generation puller. You know, his grandpa, John Muma, was a champion in the two-wheel drive category. You know, he was a big part of the ITPA. He was a flag official. His mom, Misty Nelson, also a flag official, a driver of a two-wheel drive truck. I mean, the kid has been around the sport since he's been born, and he's not just been, hanging out in the background. He's worked hard. He's paid his dues, and he knows the inner workings of these machines. And so, when you kind of put all that together, it just has come naturally to him.
They got to be happy with that.
Yeah, giving our Finnish flagman a run for his money back there, working on his backpedaling skills. Gave him just a little bit of room out there. And he'll go 3:27 and 99. 3:27 and 99. And so that'll definitely shake things up here. Good enough for second behind Adam Kester out there at 3:32 and 53. A half dozen into the category here, and so he shows that, with that extra data, and I think that probably what really helped Tanner out there is that, Jordan made a pass, his dad Jeremy made a pass. They were able to kind of talk about that. You notice that he moved over here towards this right-hand side of the track. I think that made a difference for them as well. And so a great job by the team, making adjustments on the fly, sharing that data, and coming up with a plan and making it come to success on the track.
And I think the craziest thing with that, they don't use all their drawbar. This class in light superstock would be a prime example that they don't use the max capacity of the drawbar that they're allowed. And until I worked the scales one time, I worked drawbar for an event, I didn't really realize that. I remember I was doing light supers and I held it up there. I'm like, oh, you can go up half an inch. And they're like, no, it's fine where it's at. And I grew up with 85 limited pro stocks, and they want as much drawbar as they can, as they can get. And to not take a full advantage, I go, why don't you want the full drawbar? He goes, we'll be on our side upside down faster than you can say the word go if we did that. So all about balance of that tractor, getting that front end to sit down and getting it to settle out here and make a decent pass.
Yeah, this is one of those hookers out here that's been working both circuits. This is the old Black Magic Gauge Shuttle doing the driving from Savannah, Missouri. These guys came to Macon as well and put on a great effort out there. Good hooks for them. Gage, former champion in the category. A little bit deeper in the points this year. Still hanging around just outside the top 5, though, on both circuits. See here for one of our pullers, as Gage Shuttle will take off that protective safety equipment, and they'll get a tow truck or tow tractor for him here. Guys, he's got his helmet off. Give him a tough luck round of applause for the old Black Magic. These guys work hard. It's a hard running tractor. And definitely don't want to have that kind of breakage here so close to the end of finishing the season.
Just like we've been saying, all these machines are tired, and some of them are just a little more tired than the next one. Not what they were looking for there on the old case. If somebody's by Kevin Verrill, I might want to give him make sure he's okay. I know he was excited to see him. On the mini rod side, we should have the beast of burden, Mr. Adam Kester out of Evansville, Indiana, will be up next. Currently in the lead right now with his walk the line entry. We'll see what entry number 2 here has in store for him. Have No Mercy on deck and Stress Relief in the hole.
Remember, he's holding on to the lead here at 3:32 and 53. Put him back over on that left sideline where he had that initial hook. Adam, another one of those guys, second generation puller, been doing this for a long time. He and his sister are both excellent pullers. His dad, legendary in the Kaywood category, and he's still carrying that So Kester with great consistency tonight out of his machines.
All beast, no burden here this evening. Adam just showing him how to be a mini rod puller here tonight, at least the ability to get it down the track.
So 3:11 and 52. 3:11 and 52 will be the distance there for the Beast of Burden and Adam Kester. So just halfway through the class, currently we'll give you the rundown. So it's Kester on top with Walk the Line at 3:32 and 53. Half past midnight, and Tanner Nelson sitting in second so far at 3:27.99. And the Kansas Twister and Logan Stevens will round out the top 3 here at 3:13.08.
On our 95 Limited Pro Stock side, Possum is going to get us started with the John Deere 6030, the special edition. And then we'll move to Rath, Louisiana, the Sugar Rush machine and then Killing Time, Dean Hillicky will be our next 3 competitors here.
So Randy Stuckenschneider up next here, the Family Feud from Martinsburg, Missouri.
He's also made wild wrecks and rides here at the track at Holzhauer, so he's had great success and not so great success here at the track, but nice strong pass there for Randy.
Yeah, a little bit more of a limited season here for the Family Feud, and he'll go 320 and 45. 320 and 45 for the Family Feud. So here comes Tyler Slaw. This is the Have No Mercy. You know, we talked about him earlier not making a lot of changes to this tractor. And he said, you know, every year I come out and I think to myself, you know, I'm going to make a lot of changes this winter. I'm going to mix things up and it's going to work out for me. And then he said, I spent half the season trying to figure it out, trying to get it lined out to go straight, to figure out what the things that I did are going to react to the track. And so he said this year, he just decided, nope, I'm going to leave everything the same. It was running really good at the end of the season last year, and so I'm going to leave it all the same. And so had great success at, you know, So our head tech official, John Mears, there will do a little walk around, take a look at the machine, look for any kind of visible breakage, because it looked like he was going full throttle, and then all of a sudden it just didn't want to go. So they're saying now that it is the points box, and so that's a critical part of the ignition out there. And so when you lose that points box, you're just not getting any spark into the engine, unfortunately. And so this is just a really unfortunate, tough break for Tyler Slaw. You know, 2 tough passes, you know, out here on the track, you know, having some issues with the Show No Mercy, and now the points box here on the Have No Mercy. And so just really unfortunate. You can see those 4 people out there trying to get it out of the divots out there. That's just showing kind of how light it is to try to move that machine. So guys, let's give Tyler Slaw a tough luck round of applause. He's done everything he could tonight to give you guys a show here with those amazing mini rods from Michigan.
All right, Bowsman's be up next on the 95 Limited Pro stock side here on Special Edition, coming to us from Worthington, Minnesota. Still chasing down 618 Motorsports.
for the special edition.
And Bowser's making a respectable pass here in the class. They're just not the wheel speed that they were needing there. Track's getting tore up now. These tractors make good power with over around 3,000 horse, and them tire 24.5s are just cutting that track up there.
Well, and just to give you an idea of the difference between the 8,500 class that we saw first and the 9,500, you wouldn't think that 1,000 pounds and a few rule changes could make a big difference, but it totally does. So we had 4 weights in the box of the Sled when we ran our 8,500 limited pro stock tractors brought to you by Sandcrest Trailer Sales. Now we have 7 weights in the box. So we've added an additional 6,000 pounds to the Sled to start, which remember that's going to be multiplied by 4 at the top end. So we've added all that extra weight to try to stop these, and they're stopping in about the same spot. So it just goes to show you the increase in horsepower that you've got here. You're talking 1,500 to 1,800 horsepower on these 4.1s, you know, where you were talking about 1,000 before. And so just really kind of interesting to look at those things as you're comparing these two classes that seem similar but are very different.
On our mini rod side, a little time for some stress relief. Mr. Todd Boltman out of Zeeland, Michigan will be up next. Cash Cow on deck and Hurricane Haley in the hole.
It's interesting that Zeeland, Michigan area is really just a hotbed for mini rod and Todd Boltman is down here. Does a lot of testing and tuning on parts for the class on his machine during the year. Very methodical puller, always thinking about how to get better. A nice, smooth, steady pass there for the stress relief. Boltman goes 3:29 and 44. So 3:29 and 44. How about it? That moves the stress relief up into the number 2 spot. So the stress relief will fall right behind Walk the Line, and that's going to bump down the half past midnight to 3rd.
On our 95 Limited Pro Stock side, this tractor formerly of Mr. Chad Russell up of Timewell, or up at around Rushville, Illinois there. And he sold that tractor down to Ethra, Louisiana. So to put that in perspective of Louisiana, you've got the Gulf of you got the Gulf of America or Mexico, whichever you'd like to call it, about 3 miles inland and just east of New Orleans. But on the what I'm going to say like the boot side of New Orleans, like the middle of the, just past the heel there of Louisiana, is where this tractor calls home. Coming off a big win last week at St. Anthony, Missouri, pulling with the Excalibur organization. Sugar Rush is the name of the machine. Errol Domingos will be the driver here and owner of the Sugar Rush machine. So glad to see this tractor finding its way back to Illinois. Rumor has it it's going to run Silver Series next summer. Just rumor I hear out in the pits, but you know how rumors are.
Definitely throwing a little something special at it there as the Sugar Rush spins it in. So we're hearing big sugarcane farmers.
With the name of Sugar Rush, I would have to say, and being from Louisiana, probably sugarcane farmers. I would definitely agree with that. So
He'll go 3:38.02. 3:38.02. So a very impressive hook. And normally, you know, we would be all excited about a distance like that and saying that it took the lead, but not when you got your leader out there at 3:53.46. And so you got to go over 350 feet if you want to be in the conversation to take home the hardware tonight.
I always have problems.
So this will be Brett Berg on the Cash Cow from Farmington, Minnesota. Cash Cow, a new addition to the fleet for Brett Berg, who also, of course, has the Moneymaker, sponsored by Rink C, that 4-engine modified tractor that is on the Champions Tour, was campaigning this year, ended up in the top 3 this season with that. So the mini rods are just kind of a little compliment here. Same engine that they have on the big mod, but a ton of fun as well. You can see the mist there, and so what you saw coming out of the header pipes was extra fuel that wasn't being burned out in the engine, and so we'll get him backed up and unhooked. The distance coming in at 281.57.
You know, I thought he was kind of pedaling it out there, trying to get it to hook up, but I think it was just another points box issue there, honestly. I think it was flashing, it was making ignition and not making ignition out there. I've never seen one hiccup that hard before, but my 2 cents is another box issue of some fashion, or some kind of ignition issue there.
Yeah, I always like to watch the driver's right arm, because that's their throttle arm, and you can kind of see where that position is. And I always try to watch their feet as well, because it can show you just how much or how little brake they're using to keep the tractor in line. Because on some of the straightest passes that you'll see, these drivers are using a ton of brake to keep it in that line and to keep that balance on the track. So if it starts to go to the left, you're going to hit that right brake to slow down that right tire, so the left tire is going faster, and it's going to bring you back to the right side, and vice versa, you know, the other way around. And so I always watch right arm for throttle, and I always try to watch feet for brakes, and then it kind of tells the story there. But his arm was as stiff as he could make it the whole way down the track. And I wonder, too, if the conditions here tonight aren't really throwing our guys for a loop.
Yeah, definitely cool temperatures. I mean, it's good for horsepower, but if you don't have your setup right, it could actually probably hurt you there. Or maybe they don't need all the power tonight. Maybe they just need good power to try to get it down the track.
Yeah, it's a little heavy too. So it's a little bit cooler, it's a little heavy, which means that there's a lot of humidity out there. And so they actually use this like Computech box, and it tells them about the water grains, and it tells them the humidity and where they are in relation to sea level, so that they can set that up. There's no electronic fuel injection on these mini rods. It's all by these little fuel pills that decide how much fuel is mechanically going to get sent down in the engine all at once during the run.
Here's Mr. Dean Halicki out of Waterville, Minnesota, the Killing Time Deer. Dean with a nice pass there on the Killing Time machine. No stranger to winning here. The big winner up at Farley earlier this summer to kind of set the tone for the 2025 season. And he has been a strong competitor, just not on the bar here tonight. Talking to him earlier here tonight, he said he's been fighting tires. He's been fighting his tires. I think he's got a new set of tires there, and he's just been fighting getting them to work, and still fighting them here tonight.
Yeah, he'll go 3:18.95, and if you want to know how far away from home he is, 589 miles. So he's a long way from home. That's several hours, if you want to map that out, to get here to Hook this weekend. And that's just how much people love pulling, how much they love coming to the track at Holzhauer's. And what they expect when they get here is excellence, and that's what they get. And so people come from all around to get that.
On the mini rod side here, we will have Hurricane Haley. Little Hurricane on deck and Wheatland Express in the hole. Tyler Slaw will be thinking about it there to round off our mini rods here tonight.
Well, I'll tell you what, if anybody can get that vehicle back, it's the Slaws. There was one time where they actually they ran one of the tractors, took the supercharger off, and then actually switched it and put it on the other tractor so it could run last in the class, and they made it. So I think something like the points box, they should be able to make it here.
They can do that in their sleep, I bet.
Haley Carrender here, and just really excited about the season that she's having this year. She said she's gained confidence as the season has gone on, and really kind of found her groove in the driver's seat.
Nice pass.
A great hook there for the Hurricane Haley. She's chasing down our leader, Adam Kester, who's at 3:32 and 53. And she's going to go 3:41 and 30. How about it? Haley Carrender, your new leader.
Yeah, going back to the instant replay here with Mr. Zolik.
3:41.30.
The fist bump, double fist bumps, double fist bump. Let go of the throttle to do the double fist bump there. Hey, when you get a good pass, it's hard to beat a good pass, and just the thrill that you see on somebody when they make a good pass, let alone take the lead here in a tough group of mini rods. There's no slouches here tonight.
No, and that just goes what she told me at Hillsboro, Wisconsin, is that, she's just been gaining momentum and getting better, at every event, and, just really trying to end the season, on a high note here. We'll be bringing it back here to our 95 limited pro stock class. It's going to be the full bore, and Darren Ratterman, he'll be up next here.
Logan Stump, can you go to your tractor, please? Logan Stump, can you please go to your tractor to move it up? Please and thank you. Logan Stump, to your tractor, please and thank you. This is our current points leader here in the state of Illinois for ITPA, the full bore machine. One of three machines that the Rotterman family has. Only brought one here this evening, and they brought the best one of them all here for the full bore.
So that'll put it in the books for the full bore and Darren Ratterman. It'll be 3:06.08 for Ratterman, 3:06.08.
And just a very uncharacteristic pass there for the Rotterman family. Off the mark here tonight, big time, big gear miss. Gonna regroup and try again for tomorrow.
So just a handful left here with our mini rods. And so up next will be Jeremy Nelson. He'll get a second shot at it here in the Little Hurricane. I asked Peter Norton earlier in the season, you might know the name Peter Norton because you're thinking about Money on Black and all the success he's had as a super farm and a pro stock puller. And, diesel smoke and methanol are very, very different. And, he said that he sat in one, he liked it, he thought it'd be a lot of fun, got with Jeremy Nelson. They put one together, and he said, well, if we're going to have one, we might as well have two. And so that's true, like in competition, they're easy to haul around. The parts are interchangeable between the two vehicles, so that's definitely a bonus and definitely a lot easier to work on, than that 680 cubic inch Pro Stock motor. And so the automotive reciprocating motor parts also a lot easier to obtain. So with two out here, a little bit easier to maintain, but having twice the fun.
Top of acquiring the two mini rods there in the offseason there, I believe Peter Norton's also got a Pro Mod that I haven't seen him here today, but I think he's been racing that this weekend here. So between the Pro Stock, the mini rods, and a Pro Mod, big into the motorsports.
And you can see all the dirt that they piled up there on that run, just couldn't get it moving back under the sled. 256 and 73, and a very uncharacteristic night here for Jeremy Nelson. That's not what we've seen of him in this category, and definitely not what we've seen from him this year in this category. So just a really tough night for the team in that aspect. So Tanner Nelson's still kind of hanging in there. He is in the top 5 right now, hanging in at the number 4 spot. We've got 2 to go. It'll be the Wheatland Express Mini and the Have No Mercy, with Hurricane Haley still on top up there at 341 and 30.
On our 95 Limited Pro Stock side, we should have the Red Express. This was your winner last year, Saturday night. Alex Hazard doing the driving. Jordan is going to be doing the driving here tonight from Winnebago, Illinois. A Red Express machine made its debut here a couple years ago, and then they finally got it together and made its debut here at the track at Holzhauer's, and it has come to like this place. We'll see what we do here. John Meyer Jr. will be up next on the Meyer Performance R&D, and then Mike Rozier will be up after that. Building a fire there in a beautiful looking international machine. Let's see what it has in store here. The Red Express looking to chase down the time for one more machine.
What a hole shot on that run.
Thanks for coming, and bye-bye.
We talked about in the light limited super stock class about just ground speed and force, and just picking up that front end and pointing for the top end, and that's exactly what we saw here. Definitely going to take the lead here at 362 and 65. So 362 and 65. Going to be about 9 feet on second place. And talk about a setup. These guys watched the track, they found their setup, and they were able to make it come to life here on the track at Holzhauer's. So great job by the Red Express team. with the homework that they put in before they got here, you know, in the shop, getting that setup ready. And then coming out here with watchful eyes, seeing those competitors before them, making adjustments on the fly. You know, our pullers make it look easy, but there's probably about 10 different variables that they can or have to adjust to try to make a good hook out here. You know, we're talking about the hitch, we're talking about tire pressure, track placement, what kind of fuel settings we're gonna run, what kind of gear, how are we gonna drive it off the line, you know, how are we gonna point it to one corner or not. Those are just some of the things that they think about. And then they get in the seat, they go hard with that throttle, and they make it look so easy. But there is so much going on behind the scenes, and it is very, very calculated to get to that top end and to put up a big distance. The Wheatland Express Mini sitting 6th in the points currently on the Mini Rod Tractors presented by SCS Gearbox Champions Tour. His second attempt tonight. So a similar track placement out there, hoping to lengthen out that distance. Oh my gosh, so much happened on that run. Great job by Logan Stevens to keep it under control. You saw so many different things happening there.
Yes, indeed. Very good recovery there. He definitely made something out of nothing there. Not going to be enough to grab a lead here, but definitely going to put him up into the hunt of things here.
Yeah, and the biggest part is, you know, he's still got a really good, respectable distance. And with the ones that we've seen tonight, it's going to help him out as far as the points are concerned. So he'll go 295 and 57. But, you know, we see him at first, you know, between that 150 to 200 foot mark, he had to pedal it. And what we mean by that, he pulled back on the throttle, he let out of it, and then came back in at the exact right time to smooth it out at the top end. Then you saw his right foot pumping that brake like crazy to keep it off the left sideline. And so just a great job of his quick thinking. And this is what I was talking about earlier when I said that it was just really cool to see him develop as a driver and come around. We wouldn't have seen that at him a couple years ago without that experience. So great job by Logan Stevens and team.
And from a kid that pulled lawnmowers beforehand, and there's a big step up between a lawnmower and a mini rod. Maybe not weight-wise, but definitely power-wise. I also agree. He when he got the second machine out, I was like, oh, we mean serious business here. So especially when you come from Kansas to pull mini rods, there's 5 hours of Missouri that you just drive through just to get to half of your hooks.
So we're just past the halfway point here in our 95 Limited Pro Stock Tractor category class. And this is going to bring up our current points leader. And we're talking about narrow points here on the Hartz Diesel Silver Series. This is John Meyer Jr. and the Meyer Performance R&D. We're not going to take the lead here, but still a solid effort here for the Meyer Performance R&D. So he has a 4-point lead over second. 3 times he's earned first place points, and he has 6 podiums on the season. He'll log a distance here of 3:11 and 67. 3:11 and 67. So he'll be back a ways, and then he'll have to wait and see what happens here, as the second place points is actually the second to last hook in the category. And so he's got to wait just a little bit. But those 6 podiums on the season in the 11 hooks that they've had so far, pretty remarkable when you're talking about this tough group of tractors that you've got running out here.
Man, it's weird to see one competitor make Mr. Mark, but when you see multiple competitors Mr. Mark, man, it just kind of proves that for the ones that can get through the hole right in front of us here, they definitely see something and definitely pick the right gear here this evening.
Well, normally what we see, especially in like the mini rod class and the 4-1 class, is we see a really tight cluster of distances where you've got maybe 10 tractors that are all within just 3 or 4 feet of each other. And we're not seeing that tonight. Everybody is spread out. The contenders are not within 6 inches of each other. They're within 6 feet of each other, and that's really unusual. And so I really do. I wonder, because this weather is a severe change from what we've been pulling in all summer. It has been so deathly hot and humid and sticky and awful, and now we finally get some good weather, and I think it's working on people's tune-ups.
Yeah, it's just you deal with all extremes, whether it's been rain outs, extremely hot, to now we've got perfect weather, or perfect fall weather, I'm going to say. And then rumor has it next week it's going to be 90 again. So I believe they call this fake fall, or the first fake fall. But I'm not complaining. I'll definitely take this nice weather. It makes, when you get off work going to the farm and going to do something, it makes you want to go do something instead of just being in the unbearable heat.
Yeah, that's for sure, but it's definitely throwing some curveballs at us tonight. And so we are currently waiting to see if Tyler Slaw is going to be able to get the Have No Mercy back to the line. They did have to replace that points box. They had a coil that they were going to replace. And so now it looks like they've got it hooked up. Bruce has got the go juice there to throw down the injector hat. Looks like a final check-in maybe with Tyler. You can see them, if you follow the double white lines in the middle of the track all the way back to the starting line, that's where you're going to find them in their preparations. So we've got just one left here in the mini rod category, and as I mentioned earlier, we still have 8 to go, just over the halfway mark in our 9,500 limited pro stock tractor category. So that's a good sound, right? Like, we want to hear that automotive reciprocating engine sing.
Firing on all cylinders, of course.
And man, they need this here. Like, we need a victory here for the team after, they had that tough 2 passes. They had a tough start with this one where it just lost that points box right off the line. It'd make them feel real good about having to go work on the other one if they could just get this one to make a solid pass. Like I mentioned earlier, currently sitting in 5th place. 12 points behind. The door's a little open tonight for some movement. So the green flags are out. We're giving it a go. So unfortunately, I think that will be his 2nd attempt. So even though he came to the track earlier, you have to correct me if I'm wrong, Eli. He came to the track earlier. You get 2 attempts. It doesn't matter how many times you come to the track. So he came to the track. He made an attempt. This was his 2nd attempt. So he doesn't get an additional attempt just because he's on the track a 2nd time. So this will be some more tough luck here for Tyler Slaw. Let's give him a round of applause, guys. Nobody works harder than these guys do to make sure that they can put on a pole and they can make some action happen on the track for you guys. So that will do it for our mini rod tractors tonight. So let's look at our top 10. Rounding out the top 10 tonight, it's going to be the Little Hurricane and Jeremy Nelson. Jordan Nelson and North American Trailer will be 9th. Brett Berg and the Cash Cow, 8th. Logan Stevens drove the Wheatland Express to 7th. 6th tonight, Beast of Burden, driven by Adam Kester. Logan Stevens rounds out the top 5 in Kansas Twister. Tanner Nelson comes in 4th tonight in Half Past Midnight. Todd Boltman in stress relief is third. Your runner-up tonight, that first hook of the night, Adam Kester in Walk the Line. And your winner, and I think this is her very first Pro Pulling League Champions Tour victory, Hurricane Haley and Haley Carrender. Let's hear it for all of our mini rod pullers tonight.
And in our 95 Aluminum Pro Stock side of things, we go to the 1066. So the horseshoes and hand grenades of the Rozier family out of Highland, Illinois. They have been fighting gremlins all summer with this machine, and it has showed promise in the last few weeks here of being brought back to once where it used to run. And it is a very capable machine. They have just been missing their mark here for the last season here. We'll see what they have in store here. Mike Rozier doing the driving here. Close only counts, ladies and gentlemen, in horseshoes and hand grenades. Trying something different. They're going to take the left line or left of center here instead of going straight up the gut like everybody else has. Not going to be enough for the win here, but definitely going to mix up the top few here for the horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah, and really working hard. I mean, it was lugging and chugging at the top end, just really trying to dig in. He goes 325 and 17, 325.17. The H6 and H7 Optima Yellow Tops with Pure Flow technology are direct fit replacement batteries for many late model GM cars and trucks, as well as Jeep, Cadillac, Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Volkswagen, and Volvo. Look for the ultimate power source at a quality auto parts retailer near you. OptimaBatteries.com. And at Big St. Charles Motorsports, we are power sports enthusiasts, and we're excited to help you experience the fun and adventure that a quality Can-Am, Ski-Doo, or Sea-Doo vehicle can bring into your life. We're a power sports dealership serving the St. Charles area, offering the best in new and pre-owned motorcycle and other power sports vehicles. Our friendly and knowledgeable sales, financing, service, and parts departments are ready to offer outstanding service at every point, from assisting while you're making your choice to ongoing maintenance and customization. At Big St. Charles Motorsports, we value the opportunity to create a long-term relationships with our customers, and we do that by making sure to exceed your expectations. Contact us today at 636-203-7890 or BigStCharlesMotorsports.com.
Moving our way to Worthington, Minnesota now. Mike Bausma on the limited edition machine against the grain. Richard Dove will be up next. GeForce on deck, and then the Moody. Green light, green flag for the green tractor here, the limited edition. Mr. Mike Bausma, Worthington, Minnesota.
A great effort there from the limited edition. Remember, our leader on this side is the Red Express, who went 362 and 65. 362 and 65 is the mark to beat. And for the limited edition, it'll be 321 and 80. 321 and 80.
That'll bring up Richard Dove out of O'Fallon, Missouri on the Against the Grain machine. A new 4-1 for the 2025 season. He's been campaigning it on the Excalibur Series over in Missouri. I believe gained second place points there for the 2025 season as their season has concluded. And have been growing pains here. And on the grandstand side, we're going to get started here. Richard Warren out of Stotts City, Missouri, the Cottonmouth 3688 International. Get us started for our 5-0 pros here tonight. 10,000 pound 5-0 pros. Going to get us started here. 13 in competition here this evening.
So we're going to see a lot of pro stocks. We're going to see the 5.0s first, weigh 10,000 pound, and the 5.0 means that they've got a 5.0-inch turbocharger under the hood out there. That's their limiting factor. The pro stocks that we'll see a little later, a little bit bigger turbocharger out there as well. Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
Grab it here this evening for the Against the Grain machine. .340.01, 340.01 for Richard Dove. And Against the Grain there, that's going to slide him number 4 here roughly. Not a bad pass there for Richard Dove. Got to mix up the top 5 here. As we wind our way down here in the class, we're going to go to the GeForce machine. Mike Gerlach out of Stockton, Illinois. The GeForce machine. Moody will be on deck, and Weezer in the hole.
track for the Showstopper.
Richard Warren's passover was 300.06, 300.06. I believe we're going to move that leader pylon to the new leading distance arrow. 3:24 and 27. 3:24.27 for the Showstopper Pro. And that is where we're going to set the pay dirt at here right now in the 5.0 Pros at 3:24 and a 27. That'll move up to the current points leader for the Western Series. The change of pace. HD here, Brendan Begman doing the driving out of Minden, Illinois, will be up next. Jeff Parker on deck and Ken Couch in the hole here for our 5.0 Pros. On our 4-1 side, we'll move to Michael Gerlach on the GeForce.
Yeah, the Gerlach family is super competitive. See them a lot at Hillsboro, Wisconsin in the past, in the Super Farm category, and now in the 4-1 category as well. So really competitive with this tractor. So good to see him continuing on the family tradition out here on the circuit. That one's going to be a contender for sure out there. The GeForce just locking down that whole shot. Getting the ground speed up. Goes 341.09, so that'll bump against the grain from that number 4 spot, so he'll drop down to number 5, and the GeForce with a 341.09 will slide into the number 4 spot. So here's the thing, Eli, we've got this huge number up there, 360, 365. We're getting a little closer in the 340s. The question is, we've got 4 to go. Can anybody get out there with the Red Express?
I'd be scared of Josh Miley, the hired gun tonight on the Hickory Hooker machine. Honestly, these last 4 tractors, it could be anybody's game. Weezer's been strong. The Moody has been showing promise. The Running Red Warrior, you can't count out. So I think there might be something. I think there might be something out there to find. If they can find it is the key. Can they get the power to the ground? Can they get the tires to move? Can they get the wheel speed moving? And can they get it to balance and set down and get the wheel speed moving early? Because that's going to be it. It's not so much this hole down here that they keep trying to drive through. It's that first 150 feet trying to get hooked up to the track and get it balanced out.
And we've seen 2 really impressive hole shots out of the last 2 tractors. So if they can kind of combine that hole shot with something on the top end, that's where it's going to make a huge difference.
Have boost, it will travel, as they say. On our 5-0 side of things, we'll bring up the current points leader out of Minden, Illinois on the 5-0 Pro. The 5-0 Pro has been very big here in the state of Illinois for the ITPA. And glad to see the Western Series adopted, having great numbers here this evening. As Leslie was saying, they're limited to a 5-inch turbo. Not only are they limited to a 5-inch turbo, it's the exact same turbocharger. Everybody in the class running the exact same turbocharger. We like to call it a box turbo. Everybody running, trying to hold a, think of it as a restrictor plate. What a restrictor plate does for NASCAR, same thing here in Poland. The box turbo has been showing great promise. It's anybody's game. It really tightens up the class, kind of holds the power to a set level. And
it makes it more economical, if we can use that word with pulling.
If you think of a $20,000 turbo as economical, yes, yes indeed. Think of the Pro Stock class. It actually started as a budget-friendly class to Super Stock, It was supposed to be cheaper. It was supposed to be easier class to get into, and look at what it is today.
And now we're talking about billet blocks and turbos in excess of 6.8 inches and, intercoolers and not enough room under the hood for all of our tubing and venting. Yeah.
Current leading distance was 3:24.27 of the Showstopper Pro. Leslie, where do we go there for the change of pace machine?
3:30.07. So they are finding the road over there. They are building it. They are extending it on that track. And so I can only imagine how far they can leg it out there as they continue to really just stretch it out and just continue to build that road.
If you think about that left track, it really hasn't seen any weight as far as pulling classes. It's seen the light limited supers. They weigh 6,000 pounds roughly. The mini rods about 2,000 pounds. So these pro stocks, big, 10,000 pounds, big tires, big power, really actually trying to finally get a good bite in the track here. Justin Smith out of Bell, Missouri, the Booty Machine.
Oh, we're getting closer. Getting closer out there.
Playing with fire, yes indeed. How close were we, I wonder?
These tractors are really leaving the line very, very hard, and it's going to be another switch up here, 344.07. 344.07, so moving up and forth, right behind our third place competitor who was the first hook of the night at 345.40. And so, again, 15 feet though.
Not saying no. There for third, fourth, and fifth, and sixth right now. They're at 340s and change.
Yeah, Keith Myers, he contended for championship a couple years ago too. That's always strong. Fun fact though, Josh Miley has never driven a 4-1.
Really? That is, I would have thought surely by now he would have. I know he's driven a pro. He had a two-wheeler not too long ago, I thought
He drove a super farm, 4-time champ in a row, plus others in the super farm category, but never a 4-1. And so he's been called to the mid ranks here for that duty. But I mean, really, when you think about it, it's a different vehicle, but all the same parameters are the same, right? You got to read the track, you got to set it up, you got to think about your tire pressure, you got to feel it in the seat of your pants. And yes, that is exactly how you drive. They feel the tractor hook up, and then that's how they know to give it more power. And so I think the parameters are the same. It doesn't matter what you drive.
Just a lot more lug than his super farm. Instead of when he lets out the clutch and it wants to fall on its face, he'll have plenty of power there to try to bring it alive. But I'm looking forward to it. I've kind of been curious. I've been wondering if he would think about going for one of these days, and maybe it just needs a little push here. Maybe it just needs a little test ride on one, and then he'll get thinking here as we go into the off season.
All right, so this is going to be the road gear farmer. It's going to be Jeff Parker from Hillsboro, Ohio. The southern part there. Very familiar with that area. My husband's from close to that area, so I know exactly where he's from there in Ohio.
Jeff's been a long time 5.0 pro stock campaigner. He was pulling 5.0 before 5.0 was cool for the road gear farmer. John Deere 8410. up and lands there, it's really dropping a hold of him here. On our 95 of the limited pro stock side, we should bring in the big 08R of Weezer, Mr. Keith Myers, out of Troy, Missouri.
So the Road Deer Farmer goes 315 and 83, so that'll drop him into the number 3 position. So this is something new too we're seeing here from Keith Myers in the Weezer. There have not been very many vehicles run down this right sideline. And so we're seeing him line up here as a fresh look at the truck. Now some people like to call this the hero to zero move, because this is either gonna make you a hero and you're gonna end up getting what you want, which these guys are chasing down that big number of 362 and 65. It's gonna get you there, or you could fall really flat. And so at this point, with everybody kind of landed right in that same zone, kudos to Keith Myers for doing something a little different. Because he was afraid of going out of bounds, but he still had just a few inches over there. And you could see the sparks from the clutch on the starting line when he left the line. You can definitely smell it up here too, something very, very hot. As he'll log a distance of 3:14 and 12. 3:14 and 12 there for Keith Myers and Weezer.
I'm gonna have to say a lot of brake there too, probably. His brake's probably pretty warm.
Yeah, he was dancing with his destiny the entire way down the track. Lots and lots of brake to keep it in. I know one thing, our super modified two-wheel drive pullers, we're glad to see that. So many of them are out here. You can see Jason Sullivan down there by the 100-foot mark. He's gonna be the first puller of the class. He's out here looking, deciding where he's gonna go. And so that just kind of showed them what was over here on this side. Michael White, we'll see him out here as well in the addiction. He's in a tie right now, I believe, for third place in those points. And so, you know, he's got a big night ahead of him too, to try to figure out what's gonna work for that truck from Tennessee.
We find our way going down to Jackson, Tennessee now in the 5.0 Pros. Mr. Ken Couch, the High Cotton 1206, as we like to call it, the high timing machine, because there's always a fire built inside of this machine. Beautiful looking 1206 that the Couch family have been campaigning. One of two tractors that they have. DNR power plant underneath the hood. Nephew Chris backing him into the saddle here. Cotton farmers by trade. Down there from Jackson, Tennessee, on the western side of Tennessee. No strangers to being to Washington County. They've been up at the Washington County Fair many of times with plenty of hooks around the county here. Very, very tough competitors.
One thing to love about Pro Stock tractors is just listening and watching the sensory experience of them leaving the line out there. You know, as you kind of listen and you hear the RPMs come up, you start to watch that stack. That smoke's white. And so as it starts to build heat inside the engine out there, it starts to get a little bit more gray. And then you really start hearing it come up on RPMs, and that's where you're gonna get a little sneak peek of that little flame coming out of the stack from the engine. It's gonna get shut off by the water injection that they're gonna use to help cool down the air coming into the engine as it leaves the line. So just kind of take in the sensory experience here of the High Cotton and see if you can catch a sneak peek of that fire coming out of the stack. wins it in.
Not a bad pass there by Ken, doing a textbook Ken Couch pass there. A lot of fire, a lot of wheel speed, and a lot of moving red tractor there on the beautiful looking 1206 of the High Cotton. Not going to be enough to nab the lead here. 3:18 and 25, 3:18 and 25 for the High Cotton machine, kind of overpowering the track here. Up next will be the Twister of Mr. Brett Hockstead of 618 Motorsports.
So up next will be the Hickory Hooker, the other player here in our points battle on the Hearts Diesel Silver Series. And so Josh Miley filling in for Adrian Cox this weekend. And Adrian's been called away to give the eulogy, you know, for a good friend this weekend. And so he's not here pulling. You know, family, friends, those kind of things come first. You know, this is a hobby and a sport and fun for a lot of people. And so it's quite an honor to be asked to give the eulogy for someone. And so that's where he is this weekend. And so called on Josh Miley, a multi-time champ in the super farm category, an amazing fabricator, Miley Fabrication. And so he's building chassis and custom built parts for pulling all over the place. So he's going to give it a go here in the And when that thing launched, it really came up in the air on the wheelie bars. And he goes 3:54 and 49. And how about that? That's good enough for second place. And so that is huge when we talk about what's going on in our points race right now, because that's going to put a lot of space between our two players out there. So, you know, Meyer Performance and John Meyer Jr. was on top by just 4 points in this race, and he fell a little short tonight. And so now we have Josh Miley stepping in for Adrian Cox and laying down an amazing pass out here. On a, you know, it is a strong tractor. I mean, we're talking about 6 podiums on the season, first place podium points, you know, very, very consistent this year. But he has just really helped out Adrian Cox here in this race. That also goes to show here there's a lot of track left over here for our 9,500 Limited Pros.
On our Pro Stock side, we will have the debut of the Twister machine, the 5.0 Pro chassis of the 618 Motorsports. Why do you call it Twister? Well, the chassis was at Josh Miley's house. Unfortunately, earlier this spring, a tornado hit his farm, and Dirk was sent over there to go get the tractor because the shed had literally pretty well leaned itself up against this tractor right here with just a few minor scratches on it. And so when they got it together, they were thinking of a name for it, and they came up with the name Twister. At first, I thought it was because they all like playing Twister at the 618 Motorsports during lunch, but apparently not. And it was because the tractor had literally been through a Twister. We'll see what the 618 Motorsports 5.0 Pro has in store here. Brett Hockstead out of Nashville. On the machine to make it weigh 10,000 pounds. So I think they're only about 9,000 change with it. So they're going to have to do some rethinking here this week to try to get some more weight on the machine.
Still a very impressive hook there, right out there by the leader cone. He's going to go 3:14 and 35, so still very competitive in the category. 3:14 and 39 for the Twister.
And rounding us off on our 95 Limited Pro Stocks here tonight, the Running Red Warrior, Logan Stump, out of Columbia, Illinois.
So Jordan Herron still holding on out there with the Red Express. 3:62 and 65 is the mark to beat. That's all that really matters right now. You want to take home that win in the category. That's what you got to get. So here we go, the last one here in our Kawasaki Parts Warehouse 9500 Limited Pro Stock Tractor category.
Yeah, that machine, ever since it made its way to Illinois, I really enjoyed watching that thing hook up, man. You get a good set of tires on it finally, too. And the Running Red Warrior, no slouch here.
So he'll put it in the books at 3:37 and 67, 3:37 and 67 to finish out our Kawasaki Parts Warehouse 9500 Limited Pro Stock Tractors. We'll go ahead and take a look here at one more before we give you the top. We'll go ahead and give you the top 10 here in the category. So Grayson Shorefighty and Shigon 4-1 at 10th. 9th, Runnin' Red Warrior, Logan Stump. Errol Dominguez, Sugar Rush, finishes 8th tonight. 7th goes to Against the Grain and Richard Dove. Michael Gerlach and GeForce finishes 6th. 5th place tonight, Justin Smith, Moody. Brett Hackstack drove the 618 Motorsports 4-1 to 4th place. Stepping on the podium in 3rd, time for one more, Josh Dutton. Josh Miley drove the Hickory Hooker to the 2nd place tonight. And your winner, the Red Express, driven by Jordan Herron. Let's hear it for the Limited Pro Stock Tractors.
Brian McNeil up next on the MX 245, coming to us from Greenwich, New York. You heard that right. 15 hours to get here. Greenwich, New York. No stranger to coming to Illinois here. He was going to hook here at Illinois. Drove here from, I believe he was in Ohio or Indiana, and he got rained out there. Drove over to Rushville, Illinois, and got to watch it rain and then drive 15 hours back to New York. So glad he could make a hook here tonight. MX 245, Brian McNeil. Campaigns this machine with the New York Tractor Pulling Associated Groups. I believe he pulls in a combo class is what he was saying, but with some super stocks, and he's the lone pro stock in the class there, but he says he's also very competitive in the class there. We'll see how he stacks up against some 5.0s here tonight. Out for Justice will be up next. Comet here in the hole.
I was the ringleader of it all.
James Scott, we're ready to rock and roll here. We'll see the MX 245 as the story here. Brian McNeil out of Green Wich, New York.
Jeff Parker on his second entry will be up next out of Hillsboro, Ohio on the Out for Justice. For our two-wheel drives, we'll start with Jason Sullivan on the corn burner. Stone Cold after that, and then Showtime.
So it'll be 324 and 53 for the MX 245, 324 and 53. So that brings us to our halfway point here. Your leader still the change of pace, and Brennan Begeman. Second so far, just by a little bit, is the MX 245, and then the Showstopper Pro rounds out the top three. Whether you're into tractor and sled pulling or looking to join the competitive drag racing or snowmobile circuit, Apex Turbo's dyno-tested technology delivers the power you need with many vinyls available. Apex Turbo's innovative designs hold several U.S. and foreign patents with additional domestic and international patents pending. The team at Apex Turbo agrees that they could not have done it without the relentless drive for improvement they receive from their clients. With dedication to the craft and a winning attitude, the people at Apex Turbo are in your corner when you're looking to add power and speed when you need it most. For more information about high-performance turbochargers from the experts at Apex Turbo, contact us directly at 734-777-1380. So we're about to get noisy here in a little bit. You can see our super modified two-wheel drive pullers checking out the track as they make the final adjustments to the sled. We've got 16 competitors that will be competing here in our Optima Batteries super modified two-wheel drive truck class on the Champions Tour circuit. This is also a category where we will crown our champion tomorrow night. 2 hooks left, one tonight, one tomorrow. And we'll get things started here in the category with Jason Sullivan from Edgewood, Iowa. He drives a truck called the Corn Burner. Currently the reigning champion in the Pro Pulling League Champions Tour. Sullivan didn't run a full season this year, just made intermittent stops along the way. So excited to see the champ coming here to the final hook of the season as he ends the year of his championship glory, getting to kind of bask in that from a great season just 1 year ago. So remember, if you don't have ear protection, you're gonna have to use those 2 index fingers to help you out here. Gonna get a little noisy, just like it did with our mini rods.
With that pass, good straight, solid straight up the gut there to get us started here. Corn burner on our super modified 2-wheel drives. On the 5.0 side of things, we're looking for the out for justice here. Mr. Jeff Parker looking to do battle.
So the mark will be 3:37 and 73. We are hearing that he is going to keep that hook. The officials are also okay with that particular sled setting. So they're going to let it ride here in the Optima Battery Super Modified 2-wheel class. A little bit of a reset here on the starting line. Tried to bring up those RPMs and didn't work out. Oh, now we're seeing the helmet come off. So unfortunately, it looks like they are done with that run.
I'm down here in the winner circle with Jordan on the Red Express. This tracker's no stranger to being a winner here at the track at Holzhauer's. You know, just when I think the track's gone and there's no pass there, you prove me wrong, and you prove me wrong with authority there. Heck of a pass and a heck of a win here to start us off for night number 1 here at the track at Holzhauer's.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we saw what was going on with the track, and we were trying to finish in a different spot than some of the rest of the class, and it worked out for us. The tractor carried the weight really well, and setup went together, and we're glad to be standing up here with you.
Well, with a pass like that, you deserve to be up here. Is there anybody you'd like to thank that got you here today?
Yep, we'd like to thank the Schnicker family. It's pretty cool doing this in their hometown. They've helped us a lot over the years. Blackburn, Nick Cunningham, and everyone else that's had a part in this.
Well, congratulations to you guys. Celebrate this one. Tomorrow night, you get to try it all over again. Jordan Herron on the Red Express, your winner here for your 95 Limited Pro Stocks here tonight at night number 1 at the track at Holzhauer's.
SCS Gearbox is a proud sponsor of the mini rod class here on the Champions Tour, and they know that many of their customers have specialized needs when it comes to their racing vehicles. With a strong understanding that no 2 racing vehicles are the same, they're willing to work with you and do their best to get you exactly what you need without fail. It doesn't matter if it's a replacement axle, a transfer case, or a specialized gear set, SCS Gearbox will do what we can to get you what you need. We're willing to take the extra steps and time to make the best products you will own and be proud to own. We accept any challenge you bring to us to get the special product you need for your application. SCS Gearbox works to make your ideas become reality. Check them out at scsgearbox.com. So it looks like we're going to continue here. It's going to be Chris Couch, the cotton picking deer from Jackson, Tennessee. coming to us here on our 5-0 category. Just a little bit past the halfway point here in the category. Still, just a reminder, our mark to beat is 330.07. The mark to beat out here, 330.07. So waiting on just a few end of track preparations down here before we're going to give the green flag out to our 5-inch turbo tractors over there. And once again, it'll be the cotton picking deer. Close to that leader cone and really shake things up. You could tell he really had it wicked up from the start line as much fire was coming out of the stack early. And he'll go 3:30 and 96, and he'll put himself in the lead. That's David O'Driscoll from Georgetown, Kentucky. The truck he calls Stone Cold.
We'll find our way to Worthington, Minnesota up next year in the 5-0 Pro Stocks. The special edition 5-0 Steve Bousma doing the driving here this evening. The White Binder on deck and the Red Power Express in the hole.
So Stone Cold will end up at 3:12 and 41, 3:12.41 for Stone Cold. So unhooked from the sled, take a look at how hard these trucks are digging in at the top end of the track. All of that dirt was pushed up against the buckboard of the sled. That buckboard is that front part right behind the hitch. And you can see the massive divots that those two-wheel drive tires leave in the track. It just shows you how hard they're spinning it in at the top end to try to eke out just the smallest bit of distance. And it's really been cool in recent years to just see how construction technology and construction equipment has really moved into the really more, it used to be when you had big divots like that at the top end of the track, you just had a scraper behind a tractor and you just tried to fill them in the best that you could, and you went on about your business from there. But now, with current technology, what we do is we've got that regulator on the front of the Bobcat, and it's really able to more effectively fill in those holes, fill in some of the smaller crevices on the track and some of the imperfections out there so that they can really be packed back down in tight. And so just, that's something over the last probably 10 to 15 years that's changed, that's allowed the tracks to stay more consistent and allow pullers to have that advantage of a consistent track when you've got a field of, let's say, 16, like what we've got here in our Optima battery super modified two-wheel drive. So, kudos to advancements in technology and the cool stuff that we can do out here to make the sport even better all the time.
Special edition 5-0 Steve Bousma going to do that here. Doing distance on the cotton here, 3:30 and 96 is where the leader currently sits for our 5-0 pros here this evening.
Bousma's been quite busy tonight. This is the third vehicle we're seeing from them.
They're always busy.
And And they pull a lot. You know, that's the thing about them. You know, we talked about the Silver Series and, you know, the Western Series, and then there's, you know, other organizations out, and they are just, anytime that there's a hook, I think they just are like, look at each other and say like, hey, you ready? Let's go.
I think my favorite one I ever see, I went down to Heyman, Louisiana, Mid-South, the sanctioning body for PPL. They have a hook down in Heyman, Louisiana. It's the first big town north of New Orleans. And I'm walking around the pits, and I say to myself, that looks like Bausma's truck over there. And then all of a sudden I walk over there and make the corner. On the other side is both Bausma tractors. I'm like, they drove from Worthington, Minnesota down to Heyman, Louisiana to pull tractors this week, and that's insane.
Well, I'm sure the weather was much nicer in Louisiana than it was in Minnesota, too. That's definitely
Going to be up short here tonight.
Yeah, you know, you talk about feathering, you're talking about feathering that clutch out. You know, this isn't like the clutch on your car where it's just really easy, you know, to maneuver with that left foot. You know, it takes a lot of strength to really hold that in and let it out easily. And he's going to go 294 and 51, 294 and 51. So really hard to, you know, really hold that down, and as you move up in tractor categories, it gets harder. So it's hard to hold on the 5.1, 5.0. It's even harder to hold on those 10,000-pound Pro Stock tractors. And so it's also, you know, all that dexterity. You know, you're working the throttle with your right hand, you got your left hand on the steering wheel, you got one foot on brakes, you could have both your brakes on one side, then you got your clutch on the other. There is a ton, as I've mentioned before, going on in that small little roll cage. Starting line and was all over the place as he charged down the track.
That indeed, the hood almost popped up there. That probably worked in his favor there. As that opened up, let some more air underneath the hood, let the motor breathe a little harder there. Probably working in Denny's favor.
Yeah, I think somebody forgot to put the pin back in.
I hate it when that happens.
He'll shake it up here. 329 and 60. 329 and 60. That's good enough to step. Of course, change.
Two-wheel drives aside, we'll have another crafty veteran here, Dale Nelson, Altamont, Illinois, the forever hooked machine.
Yeah, picked up a couple big wins this season. A tough track in Goshen, Indiana. That's always a big event for our players. And then also picked up a win in Hillsboro, Wisconsin. And so Hillsboro is definitely a power track, and so picked up that win there. Putting together a good season, currently sitting 6th in the points. And here's the thing, there's only 14 points separating positions 2 through 5 in this points race. And then if we look at positions 6 through 10, there's only 16 points. So it is really a battle. We're talking 30 points is all that's separating the top 2 through 10. Now Jared Nelson has really kind of set himself apart there. He's got himself a 29-point lead. But the battle for 2nd through 10th is very, very intense in this group of such tight-knit competitors and players out here where, it's really anybody's ball game. We've seen, Nelson have a lot of dominance this season, but as far as everybody else, they've traded back and forth. For Dale Nelson and Forever Hooked.
On our pro stock side, we'll have Mr. Adam Kazuzik doing the driving here tonight. Been wrenching on the machine all year long, and I think he finally gets some seat time. They have been fighting gremlins is an understatement on this machine. They have been thrashing on it for the last month to try to get it back together. They had a little bit of turbo issues, had to send the turbo off. We got it back, made about 2-3 hooks with it, had motor issues. Well, those motor issues sent motor parts through the turbo, had to get the turbo sent back off, had to get some motor parts. So they have been thrashing on this machine all week long, trying to make it here. I think my favorite was I got a Snapchat from Adam. It was either Tuesday or Wednesday night saying that it was very doubtful to make it this weekend, and I thought that they had given up and they were going to do a complete restart and overhaul for the 2026 season, and then didn't think anything of it. 2 days later, I get a Snapchat, it's loaded, and we're headed to Nashville. I'm like, well, what a change of pace that we have right there. So glad to see them back together. Hopefully they have all the gremlins figured out on this machine. As I said, they have been fighting it and fighting it. Green light, green flag for the Wheatland Express.
I think we're both kind of staring at it, trying to figure out kind of what we can see, what we can't see, because we knew it shouldn't have stopped short that far.
Yeah, when he let out the clutch, it definitely laid down a little bit, but kind of came back up on it there until the sled caught up on him here and then laid down there. Hopefully nothing too crazy on there, or just little things on the machine. Hopefully it's just still an easy fix there for him, nothing too crazy for him. Because like I said, they have been thrashing all week to get that baby together.
So he'll go 270 and 7.5. So still a solid measurable distance. They'll have a little bit of time here to tow it back and get it. We'll keep you updated here. Forever Hooked and Dale Nelson went 3:26 and 45. That's good enough for third, 3:26 and 45. Your leader still the corn burner at 3:37 and 73.
And
so we can hear it fired up back there. This is going to be the stimulus package. Now our paperwork says that it's Chris Smith, but I know Jansen Smith, his son, has driven this truck all year long. And, Smitty said, being a dad, watching your son kind of take the reins of this, there's no greater feeling than watching your son be successful and getting him to do the thing that he loves, that you've passed down to him, that was the thing that you love. So that shared love of pulling and coming out here and working together as a team on the track, as he said, is just something special. The team's really lacked a lot of consistency. Came out of the hole pretty good there in Tampico, Indiana, but then kind of fell off a little bit, had their highs and lows, and so trying to work their way inside the top 10 here this weekend with some solid efforts. Had to get Chris to get his track and field legs out there to make it all the way to the top end before we could give him the green flag. So here's Jason Smith, the stimulus package. The high side of the track there for the team from Kentucky.
And then we wind ourselves down to the last 5-0 Pro here tonight. The hunted, Mr. Chris Schaubert out of Shattuck, Illinois.
So the distance here for the stimulus package will be 3:17 and 41. 3:17 and 41.
Building a fire here, trying to chase the top, taking gear down. 3:30 and 9:60. Let's see what we can do.
Touch short there. Chris Schaubert and the hunted. We are using a surveyor's laser to get our distances tonight. So we'll triangulate the distances here as we shoot those numbers. 3:16 and 46. 3:16 and 46 for the hunted.
That'll make Chris Couch come on up. The Cotton Picking Deer team will be your winner here in your 10,000-pound 5-0 Pros here tonight. We'll tally up our results and get them right back at you. Big Pros will be up next. Big Pros will be up next. Kevin Masterson will lead us off on the river rat.
So rounding out the top 10, it'll be Richard Warren in Cottonmouth. 9th, Twister and Brett Hagstadt. 8th, Jeff Parker and Road Gear Farmer. 7th tonight, the hunted and Chris Schaubert. Ken Couch and High Cotton finishes 6th. Rounding out the top 5, Showstopper Pro, Chris Regadans. Brian McNeil and the MX245 ends up 4th. 3rd tonight, the Bite and Binder, Dennis Schnicker. Brennan Begeman ends up your runner-up tonight, driving Change of Pace, and your winner once again, Chris Couch and the Cotton Pickin' Deer. So if you feel like you haven't seen enough smoke yet, Eli told you we're going to have some more Pro Stock 6 of the baddest Pro Stock hot rods in the business coming your way. In just a few minutes, they're going to load down that heavy boat of the sled just a bit. This will be Chad Mayhill in the P5. The first of 2 entries from Mayhill here. And this one's sitting in 10th right now. So we're looking for some consistency to end the season here with the P5. Here going into tomorrow.
I wonder where he gets his tires cut at.
Yeah, fun fact, a lot of people think of Chad Mayhill as, tire cutter because CM pulling tires, but also I think a lot of his depth of knowledge for pulling really comes from the fact that people often forget that he ran a pulling sled for many, many years. He was a puller, two-wheel drive puller, ran a sled, and then came back to pulling in that fashion. And so Mayhill in the P5 will shake things up here at 321 and 84. 321 and 84. So sled operator out down there on the starting line making some changes there to the green X Factor sled. And so there's a couple different things that they can do there. Normally they're going to load it down with some more weight. Usually we see about 10 of those suitcase weights in the box of the sled right there for the Pro Stock tractors, the 10,000 pound Pro Stock tractors. They'll also probably make some adjustments to how fast the box goes up the rails of that sled. That's called changing the gear. And then they could change the down pressure on the pan as well so that those grouser bars stick in just a little bit harder. And so the sled is a very, very unique piece of equipment that is versatile, that can change and make itself at the ready for whatever class is coming up. So there goes in one of those suitcase weights. You can see it's even got like a little top handle on it if you're looking down towards the starting line, that they put the chain in to drop it in there. So very precise when you're putting those in the box. They've actually got little slots that they all sit in so that they don't move around as the pull is going on. So it's definitely a precise matter as they're dropping those in. I'm gonna make it a little bit heavier here to end the night with these 6 amazing Pro Stock tractors. We talked earlier about Tanner Nelson driving the mini rod, who ended up there in the top 5 in that category, and he will get a second entry here tonight. This will be the Midnight Chaos. As Eli mentioned, the 16-year-old from Sydney, Illinois, has really just taken to pulling this year, and some very, very, notable finishes for him. A second at Macon, Missouri, just the 4th hook of the season. A second at Hillsboro, Wisconsin, with over 20 in the category. And so he's shown that, hey, I'm not just a young kid that's gotten lucky out here on the track. I've got a good team behind me. And that's the other cool thing, is that he always gives credit to the team. To his dad, to his uncles, to his aunt, to his mom, to all the people that are there to help support them in this endeavor. He always tries to look to them and thank them for the opportunity and the guidance and the knowledge that they have so freely shared with him to help him be so successful. Well, we'll have to hear from our officials. Dad Jeremy on hand right away. Oh, and he's pulling the blower belt out. Man, what an unfortunate mechanical for the team there tonight. Just really tough for these guys tonight. Man, how about a tough luck round of applause here for Tanner Nelson, the young man from Sydney, Illinois. Had a great run going. And we're talking about an $850 blower belt. This shredded right there, and dashed his chances tonight to try to get another podium. Oh, now this is interesting. We're hearing that because he let out of the throttle before he got to the 100-foot mark, and he had a mechanical breakage, his night's not over. So he's gonna be able to drop. A blower belt is something that they can replace in a pretty timely fashion if that's the only thing that's wrong. And so he's actually gonna drop to the bottom of the order and see if they can't get it fixed and bring it back. So that's good news here for the Midnight Chaos team, as they're gonna have an opportunity to lay down a solid pass here. So kudos to those guys, very exciting for that. Eli, we're getting ready to kick it off with some 10,000-pound pro stockers.
Yes, Kevin Masterson going to get us started out of Grandview, Indiana, just down I-64 a little bit, just south of Evansville, Indiana. Longtime competitor in the pro stock division. No stranger to the track here at Holzhauer's, the River Rat, the Friday night winner last year here on the fall show. We also had some casualties there. I believe we lost Old Glory there off the Optimus sled there, but I think we got her picked up and saved. I think it landed on the buckboard there, so she didn't hit the ground. We lost that. And another flag there off the front there. Big smoke time going to come here, just as Leslie said earlier. These trackers are pushing 6.5 inches on the turbocharger there, 680 cubic inches in a big old intercooler with an ice chest sitting underneath all the hoodwork there of that 6030, making well over 4,000 horsepower. 5,000 horsepower. See, well over 4,000 horsepower, 5,000 horsepower.
Boy, and these guys are just really pushing the limits, you know, at every turn. You know, can they get a bigger turbo? You know, it used to be that a Ford was huge in terms of turbos, but now we're seeing, you know, 6 to 8 inches. So they have the power that they're going to have more to them than what you just saw.
Snap, crackle, and pop, just like Rice Krispies. The River Rat making a nice pass there to get us started here for our 10,000-pound pro stocks here this evening. .306 and 45 sets the bar here. 3:06 and 45 is where the pater will start here in the 10,000-pound pro stocks here this evening.
For some of you that are on that grandstand side, you can see that Kevin Masterson has a screen up there. He's monitoring all kinds of crazy stuff out there. We're talking about oil pressure. We're talking about exhaust gas temperatures. You know, he can tell you what the boost pressure is, when he can turn the water injection on, RPMs. They're monitoring that from the starting line as they're thinking about letting out the clutch, so that they can get it at the precise RPM band and the precise boost pressure to turn that water injection on to get the most use out of it, to help cool down the engine. So there's a lot of advanced technology that goes into the pro stocks to help them get those readings and see those in real time as they're sitting on top of the tractor.
That'll bring up next the Bulletproof Buck, Colin Medley out of Norheim, Texas. The first unit for the Medding family. That'd be your Saturday night winner last year.
And, you know, that was a big step for those guys. You know, they had come out and decided that they weren't going to run in their home state of Texas as much and that they were going to come run the Champions Tour. Brand new tracks for them all season long. And finally, that was like a real breakthrough moment for them to get that first win after putting in so much hard work and effort, you know, getting the first of many at all those tracks. Champion on the pulling track and trusted in the farmer's field, Mitas agriculture tires are built for those who never quit. Mitas uses a special tire construction that allows your tractor's power to be directly transferred to the ground, plus giving you up to 40% load bonus. Experience the power, reliability, and efficiency of Mitas tires, the preferred choice of champions and the perfect choice for your field. With Mitas, quitting is not an option. Check out mitasag.com. So this will be Jonathan Payne, the truck he calls Rampage. And so a little bit of a transition for him over the last couple of years. And so he was a modified four-wheel drive puller and a champion in that right. And you know, he told me that the class was kind of his class was taking a little bit of a different direction and wanted to make some changes. Had always thought about going into a different category. And lo and behold, decided he was gonna pop right into the super modified two-wheel drive category. And so, as we talked about earlier, pulling's pulling. You know, you got to be able to read the track. You got to be able to set up an engine and set the sled.
I think he's got her figured out there. Nice little pass that he was able to pick up there on the Rampage. On a Pro Stock side, the Bulletproof Buck, probably the most well-renowned Pro Stock tractor, the beautiful 730 case. Originally got its start here at the little household up at
And a nice line there, a nice draw there at the starting line for Conley Medding. Nice straight pass down the track.
Only thing concerning was a little extra ching, ching, ching there at the end, I thought I heard.
Oh, so this is Clint Medding driving. This is the dad of the group. Conley and Connor share driving duties on one, and Clint gets to drive, as Dad should. Dad should always get to drive.
Exactly. I mean, he gets to write. He gets to do the fun ride of writing the check.
Yeah, they do a lot of driving too. It's over 20 hours from where they are in Texas to most places that they travel to pull. So lots of travel time, but a lot of family time too. Very family-centric, you know, group, and so enjoying that. He goes 3:19 and 46. 3:19 and 46. Going to leg it out there a little bit and put himself on top.
I believe they bought some ground over not too far away there from Masterson as well, and I believe that's where the tractors pretty well will spend majority of their time over there around that Grandview area as well. And I think they just fly in when they need to go hook.
Every once in a while, but the airplanes have not been reliable, according to Clint.
Oh.
And so he decided, I'm just going to drive back the 20 hours because I know when I'll get home, rather than rely on this unreliable airplane. So I think that they've been doing a little bit more driving here towards the latter part of the season.
I just remember when they used to campaign their 5-inch, their 5.0 Pro tractors that they talk about they would drive to a hook. They would do good to just drive through Texas all day, and then they'd reach a reservation there around the Oklahoma line there, and that's where they'd camp out for the night and then continue on the next day. So a lot of driving through the state of Texas. Norheim way down there in the southern part of the state of Texas.
Well, I don't think we gave you the distance here for Jonathan Payne, but that was 3:35 and 81. 3:35 and 81, and that moved him into the number 2 spot, just above the Showtime and about 2 feet behind the corn burner. And so a great effort there by Payne to move himself up in the ranks. But this will be Lisa Tatum in the Park City Auto Parts machine. Dad Tony out there backing her up to the sled. You know, you may remember her from Full Throttle fame, as she is a champion in this category, the inaugural champion of the Pro Pulling League. Always a tough competitor. You know, it's interesting to watch the father-daughter dynamic out there. When we were in Hillsboro, she said, you know, sometimes I doubt him. As long as he's been doing this, I still doubt him every now and then. And just when I doubt him and decide to go out on my own, that's when he comes back and he proves me right every time that he knew what he was doing. And it just reminds me, you always got to listen to Dad. He's got the experience out there, pulled for a long time, and now enjoying being the crew chief here for Lisa. And they do have a great team. Mom Betty out there keeping the books and keeping everybody on top of everything and all together all the time.
Stock side, we will have the glutton for punishment. Case IH making his way out here. Matt Holland doing the driving out of St. Paul, Indiana. Tractor with a Super Rooster Motorsports power plant underneath the hood. Him and his brother used to campaign light pro tractors, and after they sold them off, and then they campaign a pro stock right now and a diesel super stock. If you were here at the spring show, you would have seen the diesel super stock pulling with a beautiful AGCO machine. Just got the pro stock here tonight. We'll see what the glutton for punishment has in store here. Got to chase him down. Ride there mid-track, kind of, I hate to say it, almost kind of like it was one-wheeling, but it almost seemed like it was one-wheeling there. Very rarely did you see a pro stock one-wheel. She got a little goosey there, going to hurt him on the distance, it looks like, from our perspective.
.305 and 39, 305 and 39, the distance for the glutton for punishment. So a little bit all over the place over here on the pro stock side, and I know you mentioned that this is a new piece here for Matt Holland. Rob Russell actually drove it for him at Osceola, Iowa, to kind of break it in out there, and then send it on his way, and it's been a good piece for him so far. Up to date on our Optima Batteries super modified two-wheel drives, Lisa Tatum and the Park City Auto Parts goes 329 and 25. 329 and 25 for the Park City Auto Parts.
Well, I'm down here in the winner's circle with our 5-0 Pro winner here tonight, Mr. Chris Couch on the cotton picking deer. You had just a good pass. You know, all you had to do is beat whoever had the lead there just by a little bit. Then you did just that. What I know, just a testimonial of how competitive that class really is at the end of the day. You guys are all making good horsepower and running good tires and just getting that horsepower down to the track, and more importantly, the drivability of the class. Just a good job tonight, sir.
No, we've really enjoyed the competitiveness of the 5-0 class, and each weekend seems to be a tight finish for everybody. But I'd like to thank Brad and his crew for putting on this pool, and got to thank Schnicker for the setup and Schaubert for the advice, and everybody else down there that helped us get to the end. And we enjoy being here and appreciate it.
Well, good luck to you tonight, and tomorrow you get the guys to try again. Let's give a nice round of applause for your 5-0 Pro Stock winner, Mr. Chris Couch out of Jackson, Tennessee.
So this will bring up Jared Nelson and the Midnight Revenger. He is our current points leader. It's a little bit of a healthy lead here, but he hasn't locked it down entirely for an additional championship to add as a feather in his cap. He's got a 29-point lead coming into tonight. But again, with this group, anything is possible. And so it will really be the first of the Nelson trucks to go here since the Midnight Chaos blew that blower valve. They didn't get a lot of good data on it. And so he will be the first on the field from their group to test the waters here. So not the start he was looking for, backed off, gonna shut it off. Lester Shaw going to check in with him there and see what's going on. They're going to drag him back. Brother Jordan going to go ahead and check in with him. So again, it will be a second attempt here as they back up to the starting line. Now remember, these two-wheel drive trucks don't have an ignition. They don't have a key to turn on. Nobody's pushing a button there. They've got to bring out the utility vehicle to go ahead and start that engine. So it'll take a little bit of time here to get him going. And it looks like we're going to come back with the Bullwagon here on our Pro Stock track.
Yep, Connor Medding doing the driving here out of Norheim as well. No Bullwagon machine. This also tractor, no stranger here to the state of Illinois. This tractor was formerly of the Justison family that campaigned the wheat-fed 5.0. This used to be their corn-fed machine. We'll see what it has in store. Dad's in the lead right now, and he put on a heck of a pass there on the right side. And it looks like Connor is going to just follow in Dad's footsteps here, it looks like. Off the right side of the track there. See if he keeps her in bounds and see if he can catch the old man.
Yeah, it was a great hook over there. Lots of ground speed on that run. Did have to use some brake, I think, to keep it from going out of bounds. And so he's positioned pretty close over there, too. And so I wonder if he won't maybe try to point it a little bit more towards the left sideline to let it float and use that power and not have to rely on the brake to help keep it in a line. About the 150-foot mark, I really thought he was going to go out of bounds.
I was right there with you. I was like, oh no, he's drifting the wrong way. Then I think he had to stab the brake there and kind of bring it back about a foot away from the chalk line and drive her on out.
Yeah, and that really hurt him. He goes 3:13 and 14, so he'll be about 6 feet short of the bulletproof buck out there. But yeah, you know, we talk about all the time about if you hit the brakes, it's going to cost you at least 5 feet, but more than likely 10 feet. And so if we think about that, he could have been out there at the 3:18 to the 3:23 mark if he didn't have to use the brakes to keep it in bounds. But that measurable distance is way better than a couple of letters. All right, Jared Nelson fired back up on the starting line again. He's going to give it 7 attempts here. Here we go. 2 points leader. And man, he really poured it on at the 150 mark. You can see that nice, easy, even keel whole shot, and then at 150, like a light switch, he just turned it on. And having patience will pay off. Jared Nelson goes 3:39 and 36. The Midnight Revenger will take the lead.
Yeah, you can never count that man out. He makes it happen.
You know, the whole team is just, you know, so consistent too. You know, everybody does their job. Everybody's got their role over there. And, you know, everybody just makes it happen. And, you know, Bethany will talk about the fact that Jared will just set her truck up for the way that she drives. Maybe not for the way that he drives, but he's understood now how she drives and just sets the truck up for her to drive. And, you know, he's got a lot going on in there with the vehicles that they have to bring to the track, and just does a great job balancing it all as he takes the lead there and puts 2 feet on the corn burner. So this will be Brett Hackstad in the 618 Motorsports Pro Stock. So he's had several opportunities to get a feel for this track. So a little bit more of an advantage here for just his driving style and possibly the setup here. But the problem is, they say that there's no harder place to compete than on your home track or your home field. And so, you know, he's definitely got his work cut out for him with that.
All right, Brett going to build a fire there in the 618 Pro Stock. Been having a good consistent season here with the machine. We'll see what we can do here this night, chasing down the Texas tractors right now.
618 Motorsports Pro Stock. And a great effort there for the team from Wisconsin. And Timmerman will log a distance of 3:37 and 34. 3:37 and 34. Good enough for third place.
Joey Harris bringing the Tinker Toy on out here, Grandview, Indiana. On a beautiful looking 7R machine to round us off for our 10,000 pound big pro stocks here this evening.
You know, the Tinker Toy, just kind of an iconic name here in the pro stock category, and the late Don Masterson drove it for years, a champion in the sport. You know, the pro stock tractor class is kind of rumored to have started in their shop. And so, you know, to continue the name and to see that Kevin still running his River Rat, but also bringing the Tinker Toy out here, it's pretty cool to see it, you know, kind of live on and still have the same kind of success that it had when Don drove it for all those years. So really cool to see that. Kind of a rotating seat here on the Tinker Toy. Sometimes we see Patrick Harris, or we see Joey Harris. Sometimes we see Patrick out there. Sometimes it's Daryl Foles. It's been Kevin this season. And it seems like no matter what, as long as it mechanically stays together, it's pretty much the same result there for the Tinker Toy.
Well, the winner of the pro stock class is going to be a green tractor. Is it going to be an Indiana tractor, or is it going to be a Texas tractor? The Bronco Buck out there. The Tinker Toy was here this evening. Missing the front end weight a little.
You could really hear it unload too. You know, you heard those RPMs kind of zing a little bit, and so that's kind of unloading those tires. And the Tinker Toy goes 294 and 72, 294 and 72 for the Tinker Toy. So that'll do it here for our 10,000 pound pro stock class. Looks like we're going to bring Chad Mayhill to the track here in two-timing. He's ready to go here on our Optima Batteries super modified two-wheel drive track. The two-timing currently sitting fourth in the points, actually third in the points, tied for third in the points. And so this is a big hook here for Chad because it's going to kind of set the bar. So we're going to see Chad here in the two-timing, and then we're going to see Michael White's Addiction come out and pull. He's the tractor that the truck he's tied with, and so to see if they can kind of mix it up a little bit here as they battle it out for third. Both tractors are just a mere 9 points out of second. Mayhill will go 3:36 and 54. 3:36 and 54. Now this is what we were talking about earlier, is these tractors and trucks just kind of stacking in. So we've got our leader out there at 3:39, and then we've got two at 3:37, a 3:36, and a 3:35. So our two-wheel drive trucks are really kind of starting to stack in out there. You can see that they've kind of found a road. They kind of know exactly where they need to finish out there. And they're really finding the groove here with just 5 to go. So we've got 4 we haven't seen. We're hoping that Tanner Nelson can get that blower belt fix and he can make it back. He will be the last hook of the category. So coming back to our 10,000-pound pro stocks, brought to you by Lemke Motorsports. Rounding out the top 5, Matt Holland and Glutton for Punishment. 4th, Kevin Masterson and the River Rat. 3rd tonight, Brett Hackstadt in the 618 Motorsports Pro Stock. 2nd, Connor Medding and the Bullwagon. And your winner tonight, driving the Bulletproof Buck, Clint Medding.
We could turn that on. I mean, you can crank it to heat there. Right? Okay, Mr. Wisconsin.
Hey, I spotted out your sleeves.
It's a breeze.
The breeze is it all.
I don't know. Okay.
So this will be Michael White in Addiction. So he knows the mark that he has to beat and to get around out here. That Mayhill set at 3:36 and 54. And remember, they are tied up for the number 3 spot. So anything that he can do to get above and beyond that 3:36 and 54, that's going to really help him, in the effort to break that tie. White coming into this final event with just a handful of podiums. We've got 3 podiums on the season. Former champ in the category, looking to move himself on up. So you can see here a similar line for most of our two-wheel drives. It's just a difference of where they go to the right or the left to finish at the top end to get that explosion. White will keep the Addiction straight and put himself right there in the mix.
Yeah, they really haven't moved away from the center mark there on the start line there. If any class, I expected this class to try out all 35 feet of track width on the start line there to try to get a hold of something here, but nobody's been able to move yet, or nobody wanted to move yet, let's put it that way.
And White will go 3:37 and 3:27 and 51. So he'll be a little bit back. 3:27 and 51. So Jared Nelson continues to be your leader here at 3:39 and 36. The Corn Burner sits in second at 3:37 and 73. And then just 4.5 inches behind him is the Hot and Nasty at 3:37 and 34. So, you know, you've got guys just within a handful of each other out there on the track. And still some contenders to go. We still haven't seen Bethany Nelson. She's sitting second in the category right now in our Champions Tour points. We've got Jeremy Nelson, who's currently 5th, as well as Tanner. So I think Tanner in the Midnight Chaos is 8th. So we've got 3 more top 10 caliber vehicles out of our 4 that are left here in our category.
One more thank you to our track sponsors, of course, here tonight. Sears Equipment in Hoyleton, Illinois for your Case IH needs. Rickman Brothers John Deere in Oakville, Centralia Breeze, and for Rhino for your John Deere needs. Also thank you to Bartling Farms and the Lutz Agency, our sponsors that make the Southern Illinois Showdown here on a beautiful September night.
So here comes multi-time champ Bethany Nelson here in the truck called Sweet Revenge. Currently 29 points back of the leader, which is her husband, Jared Nelson. And her job tonight is to hold her own here in this category and to keep herself steadily in second place. She currently only has a 9-point lead over the 2 competitors behind her. Picked up a big win here in Evansville, Indiana, and a couple of second place finishes on the season, but has been super consistent to keep herself in that spot. A little bit rocky there at Tampico at the beginning of the season, and only ended up getting 25 points, and that really hurt the team in the points race. And so looking to make up a little bit here, stretch it out, and put herself into a comfortable position going into tomorrow's event. Bethany Nelson, straight to business. And that's right, it's a new leader here. She goes 3:48 and 13. I mean, Bethany just spanked that truck right off the line. Just gave it all it had, and it sat up and it ran to the top end for her. 3:48 and 13 is gonna be 9 feet on the previous leader to stretch this out going down the stretch. So I think that she did her job here tonight, folks, trying to solidify herself in that second position. And yeah, Jared, she kind of spanked you out there. You know, he's excited about it. He's excited about it.
That's one thing about that camp. Hey, if one wins, they all win kind of thing.
Well, and especially because they do share the information. You know, there's no gatekeeping there.
And when you bring half the class with you, that usually puts your odds good in your favor.
It's not half the class. It's just 3 trucks. It's just a handful of trucks, a handful of mini rods. That's all. But it definitely makes very, very busy time for them, because now here we go. We had Bethany go, and now they've got about 3 minutes before Jeremy's going to have to fire up. Jeremy Nelson will be next here in that beautiful panel van called the Midnight Gambler. And so, you know, I know that Jared checked in with Bethany. He knows what kind of setup he gave her. He's racing back down to the starting line to talk to Jeremy, to tell him what they did, make some final adjustments there for him. Not ideal to be back-to-back. You want a couple of vehicles in between to make sure that, you know, you can have time to make some adjustments. Maybe you want to lower your drawbar a little bit. Maybe you want a little air out of the tires, change a gear, do some really kind of radical things like that. You don't have time to do that when it's back-to-back, because as soon as the track is prepped, the competition director on the starting line is going to tell you it's time to go. They're going to give you the finger circling in the air that says fire it up. And you must fire up at that time and head to the starting line. So they're going to get that information in as much as they can before they send Jeremy Nelson out here to the line.
I'm down here in the winner's circle with the Medding family. Dad doesn't want to talk. He wants to push it off to Junior. Junior wants to push it all back to Dad. I'm going to start with the winner, of course, here tonight. Clint, we're talking again here in the winner's circle at the track at Holzhauer's. Congratulations on your win here this evening.
Thank you. We appreciate it. We've had pretty good luck here. So, man, it's tough to get a win with these guys. And we've had one, we had a second, and we've had a good season. But to get a win, it's just hard to do. So we got one tonight, and we got a little something going on in the turbo. I've got one with me. Hopefully everything's okay. I couldn't tell anything until I spun out, and they heard it and wanted me to shut it down. I can see the front edge of the compressor wheels chewed on a little bit, and hopefully nothing is bad. But man, I got to thank Riverside Engine, Josh Miley, man, Meyer Performance. Those guys are the best. Engler Chassis, Profab Transmission, Chad Mayhill, Todd Flugel. They all help us. The Masterson family.
Yeah, it takes a team, takes a tribe to make it all work. So once again, congratulations on your win again here tonight. And are you going to have anything for them tomorrow night?
Oh, we're going to try.
Hey, that's all you can do. Let's give a nice round of applause to the Medding family. Your winner here tonight in your 10,000-pound pro stocks here at night number 1 at the track at Holzhauer's.
So it looks like it's going to be the same spot on the starting line for Jeremy Nelson. He knows he's trying to make a move here on Chad Mayhill and Michael White. Those are the 2 trucks he's trying to beat here. Looks like he'll shake up the order there for the top 5. I don't think he's going to make it out there as far as we saw the Sweet Revenge. He'll be at 3:27 and 94. So 3:27 and 94 for Jeremy Nelson. That's going to put him in 9th currently. One more Nelson camp to go, and then we've got Jonathan Payne up next. It'll be the 2nd entry for the team from Georgetown, Kentucky. This one without a name. I'm sure that they'll take submissions. I'm sure if you find them on social media and you've got something crafty, the last name Payne can be conducive to a lot of names. I love the name of his 4-wheel drive truck. It was called Major Payne.
Here comes the pain, taking pain, all pain. I love naming vehicles, especially when owners don't name them. Especially when you got the microphone. You can pretty well call it anything you want, because who's going to stop you?
Yeah, so maybe that needs to be the thing, is that if you don't have a name on your vehicle, then it's announcer's choice. That we just get to decide up here what it's going to be. I think that we should put it to the people. I think they should make submissions on social media to help them decide what they need to name the new truck. It's super good looking machine though, really clean, really beautiful, just like everything that comes out of his camp. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank you for hanging with us here tonight. We know it's getting into the late hours, especially for somebody like me. I taught school today, and then I drove over here to be with you all tonight. Thanks for hanging with us. If you're watching us on the live stream, we're glad you're still in your cozy PJs and your blankies, and you're listening to us, and you're watching this super exciting super modified two-wheel drive class brought to you by Optima Batteries close out tonight with these final 2 hooks. Lots of great action here tonight. Remember, we're going to be doing it all over again tomorrow. So thank you to those on propulling.tv you can tune in tomorrow, same time, 7 o'clock. We'll have all the action here. We'd love if you wanted to live it live out here with us and come to the track at Holzhauer's and see this beautiful facility and the amazing track, get to see those vehicles up close and personal. One of the few sports where you get to do that. Easy drive out here right off 64. We'd love to have you back tomorrow. So just remember, we're gonna be doing it all over again after we close out with these last 2 here tonight. So Payne is fired up, moved a little bit closer to the center. No more Payne?
I don't know you can get away with that. It's truck and tractable, and there's going to be Payne there eventually.
The Rampage currently sitting at 6, so a great run for the Rampage at 3:35 and 81. So hopefully able to transfer some of that information here to this second vehicle. So Payne will go 3:10 and 82. 3:10 and 82.
And that'll bring us to the last man of the night, Tanner Nelson. You know, we got a cool point here in this class. We have 3 generations of Nelsons on competition here tonight. Very rarely do you ever get to say that in competition, but 3 generations of Nelsons, grandpa, dad, and son, all competing here tonight.
So the final scrapes, the final rolls to the track for tonight. And we'll see if the young man from Sydney, Illinois can steal the spotlight from his Aunt Bethany tonight and take the win. You know, it's funny, Tanner's been really, really close to victory in this category, and it's been taken away by one of his family members. And, you know, here's the deal. He's got about 6 months of track experience under his belt, where the team probably has about 60 years of experience among all the members or more. And so, you know, experience wins sometimes, but sometimes youthful excitement and vigor can steal the deal every once in a while. So we know it's going to be someone from the Midnight Motorsports camp, but who will it be? Fresh blower belt here on the Midnight Chaos as Tanner Nelson backs it up to the line. Here's the number. He's got to get it out there past 3:48 and 13. So he better pack a lunch. Well, he leaned on it pretty hard, but I'm not sure he's going to make it there. The distance, 3:22 and 38. 3:22 and 38 for Tanner Nelson.
Safe travels to everybody home here tonight. This is going to go on with the last interview of this evening. And we're looking at you back tomorrow night.
Number 2 here to wind off the crowning of the champions. A lot of change up this tonight. Yep. Our top 5 here tonight for our super modified or 2-wheel drive here this evening will be the 2-timing machine of Mr. Chad Mayhill. Will take home 5th here tonight at 3:36 and 54. 4th place will go to Hot Nasty, Mr. Terry Timmerman at 2:37 and 34. 3rd place will go to the Corn Burner, Mr. Jason Sullivan at 2:37 and 70, or 3:37 and 73. Midnight Revenger will go 2 at 3:39 and 36, and Sweet Revenge will take the win at 3:48 and 13 here tonight. As we're bringing everybody down into the winner's circle here, Leslie. Everybody's all smiles down there.
Well, I grabbed Bethany as soon as I could, and then everybody else just files in. You know, okay, Bethany, you got to scoot up. We know there's a lot of you guys. We got to make room for everybody here tonight. Okay, so I thought that you were Brandon Simon out there driving tonight, because you really poured on the throttle right away. There was no patience on the throttle on the starting line, but it really paid off.
Yeah, that wasn't exactly the plan, because kind of a running joke, John Card told me one time I couldn't overdrove a truck, and I threw the rods out of it at like 50 feet. So I have done it before. So normally I'm not one that likes to come with it, but it took a little bit of a bounce, and I knew I just had to come with it or it was going to get ugly. And tune-up was good, and it just sat me back in the seat and flew down there.
Yeah, and that's what you needed to do tonight. You know, you're solidly in 2nd place. You had, I think, 9 points, and I think tonight this is really what did it for you.
Yeah, it should be a great points night. I haven't seen the rundown, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, our main deal was to try to get Jared the championship. He's had a kick-ass year. And then the rest of us kind of follow suit. I knew I was on the chopping block, like I could have really screwed this up. So whenever I went down there and made a good run too, it was pretty fun. Tanner had a good night with the Mini. So overall, a good night. And we got good people behind us. This crew, SRE Motors, John Card, SSI Blowers, they give us the best equipment, and then we just got to do our job.
And you did that tonight. The whole team did. Congratulations, guys.